Cruzes, ficou gigante a minha cara lá.
Alô, sou Emi,
Não te ouço.
pelo YouTube.
Aí,
Isso, só que você vai me ouvir com atraso, porque a transmissão no YouTube, ela tem um atraso em relação à ligação que a gente... No Meet é imediato. Então, o que, que vai acontecer? Eu já testei sua apresentação por vídeo aqui no telão, deu tudo certinho. A gente vai transmitir também pelo YouTube direto, enquanto estiver passando aqui no telão. E aí depois, quando a gente for para as perguntas, vai ser o seguinte, basicamente. Eu vou pedir para você deixar ligado o YouTube e a ligação aqui no Meet. A ligação aqui no Meet, tá vendo? Você não está me ouvindo por aqui. Você está ouvindo pelo YouTube. Então, o que a gente vai fazer? Você vai ver no YouTube alguma das perguntas, a gente vai pedir para o público fazer uma pergunta. Aí depois que você ouvir a pergunta, você desliga o som do YouTube, senão você vai ouvir seu retorno atrasado, vai ser horrível para você falar. E aí você fala aqui pelo Meet que eles vão te ouvir pelas caixas de som, tá bom?
perfeito.
Tá bom, é basicamente isso, eu acho, né? Tá tudo certo aí, né? Tudo certo. Agora é só fazer. A gente vai deixar aqui a ligação no Meet, mas aí você
Aqui,
pode...
aham, tá.
a gente vai deixar aí como tá agora, só como uma aba para já deixar preparado. Mas, enfim, aí depois quando for, a gente vai avisando tudo, eu vou pedindo para você falar por aí, tá bom? Por enquanto eu vou deixar desligado aqui, tá bom? Você tem alguma dúvida?
Tá já. Tá bom. Não, tudo certinho. proxies, and sometimes the use of the same proxies for both constructs. And it has been I'm a professor at Universidade Federal do Espírito Santo, and I'd like to thank the organizing committee for this wonderful event and for hosting our symposium. And today I'm going to talk about
Good morning, everybody. Last day of our awesome conference. We are really happy for everything that we have been watching and all the conversations we are having, everything we learned. And it's my pleasure to start this last day. And today we will have a very important symposium. And I will call here Tanya, who is the chair of the symposium, who will introduce the symposium and the speakers. Okay? Let's have a very nice final day of our conference. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Tanya Lucci. And first of all, I would like to thank, in my behalf and in behalf of my colleagues that are part of this symposium, the great opportunity that we had to take part of this wonderful event that took so long. It was conceived for so long, and only now it's happening. So thank you, Professor Yarka, for your great effort and dedication in making this happen. It's very incredible, your energy. And also thank you, the organizing team, for the wonderful job they are doing, and I'm very happy to take part of it. Thank you. So today, now, I will present the symposium. We will have this contextual variability and human parental investment. The first presentation will be by Suemi Tokumaru. She is professor at the Universidade Federal do Espírito Santo, and she has great experiences in parental investment and non-verbal behavior. Unfortunately, she could not be here presentially, but she's here with us virtually. That's something that we learned with the pandemic, so it's a good thing that we learned from that. And next, I will present part of my PhD, and it's on mother, father, infant, newborn interaction at birth. Then I will present that. And after that, we will have Júlia Scarano de Mendonça. She's a professor at Ibirapuera University, and she did her PhD on postpartum depression and paternal depression. So she will talk about this on this third presentation. And by the end, we reserved a little bit of time so we can discuss with you this topic. So now I will invite Suemi Tokumaru. She will be here with us at the end also for the doubts, okay?
Good morning. I'm Suemi Tokumaru. I'm a professor at the Universidade Federal do Espírito Santo. I'm Suemi Tokumaru. I'd like to thank the organizing committee for this wonderful event and for hosting our symposium. And today, I'm going to talk about parental investment and childhood unpredictability. There is growing
Good morning. I'm Suemi
that
Tokumaru.
living in an
I'm a professor
unpredictable
at the
and
Universidade
harsh
Federal do Espírito
environment
Santo.
during childhood,
And I'd like
can
to thank
promote
the organizing
development of a
committee
fast
for this
life.
wonderful
There is
event
growing
and for
evidence
hosting our I'm Suemi
which is
Tokumaru.
characterized
I'm a
by
professor.
today,
Good morning. I'm Suemi
parental
Tokumaru.
investment,
I'm a professor. Good morning.
lower parental investment.
There is growing evidence in the literature that living in an unpredictable and harsh environment during childhood can promote the development of a fast life
From an
history,
evolutionary perspective, the development
which is
of a
characterized
fast life
by
history
an earlier
childhood
sexual maturation,
unpredictability
shorter
and
interbirth intervals,
harshness
lower
can
parental
be adaptive,
investment,
can be an adaptive strategy,
the occurrence
because
of
it can lead
insecure
to
attachment
earlier
styles,
reproduction,
behavioral
avoiding losing
problems,
future reproduction
increased
chances
risk-taking,
due
and
to
less future
environmental
orientation.
uncertainty.
From an evolutionary perspective, the development of a fast life history in the face of childhood unpredictability and harshness can be adaptive, can be an adaptive
we can find
strategy,
the use of a number
because it can lead to earlier reproduction,
sometimes the use
avoiding
of the
losing future reproduction chances due to environmental uncertainty.
A lot of discussion about
there is no consensus in the literature about how to measure childhood unpredictability or childhood harshness.
If they are different
we can find the use of a number of proxies, and sometimes the use of the same proxies for both constructs.
We focused
and
investigating how the
it has been a lot of discussion about
modulates
is really childhood unpredictability or childhood harshness, if they are different constructs or if they are the same constructs.
We developed the scale of family.
So in our work, we focused in investigating how the perception of family unpredictability during childhood modulates adolescents' sexual life onset and adult parental investment.
Money unpredictability and meals.
To do that, we developed the scale of family unpredictability during childhood. It is a scale
I felt loved by my family.
3 factors.
I was sure that my family would
family unpredictability of nurturance,
and I knew my family would be
money
there to take care
unpredictability.
of me. As you can see, this is a factor that tries to evaluate the relationship between the person that's answering the scale and her family during childhood. Her family or her parents or her caretakers. In this dimension, money unpredictability during childhood, we have items as there were times when you didn't have money to pay for basic needs. When I was a child, my family was never sure how we would pay our bills from month to month, and my family was never sure whether there would be food for daily meals. So here we try to evaluate the unpredictability about financial conditions during the childhood of the participant. And in the last dimension, we had items like usually dinner was served at the same time every day. During my childhood, the same people sat down and ate dinner Monday to Friday, and usually lunch was served at the same time every day. As you can see here, this factor, unpredictability of meals during childhood, refers more to the people who were present during meals than to the presence of food itself. People answered in a 5-point scale from totally disagree to totally agree. We also developed the parental investment scale with 3 factors: investment in basic care, in social life, and in values and discipline. We asked this question: how much do you perform or did you perform the following activities? Then we had a list of activities. And people could answer from 1 to 5, never, to always perform the activity, or 0, that it was for those activities that didn't apply to the age of the child. In parental investment in basic care, we had items as take care of the child when she or he gets hurt, reassure the child when she or he is afraid, give love to the child. In parental investment in social life, we had there take a walk with the family, take the child to children's parties, visit relatives with the child, stimulate the child to play with friends. And in parental investment in values or discipline, we had items as show examples of good behavior, scold the child when she or he disrespects someone, teach moral values to the child, and teach the child about rights and duties. Our first investigation, we investigated if there was a relationship between family unpredictability during childhood and parental investment. And our participants were 355 fathers and mothers of children of 0 to 12 years old. Most of them were female, about 41 years old. They were mainly married. They belonged to social classes C1 to B1. They had 1 to 2 children. The age at their first child was about around 27 years old, and the age of the younger child, the one that they were responding about, was 11 years old by the time of their participation. Here you can see the correlations between family unpredictability during childhood and the parental investment of these parents. And what can we see here? That nurturance unpredictability correlated significantly and negatively with all dimensions of parental investment, which means that the more family unpredictability of nurturance during childhood, the less parental investment we had for these parents. Unpredictability of meals also correlated negatively with parental investment, but just for parental investment in stability of money during childhood, we had an unexpected correlation. Significant, unexpected correlation. It was positive. So the more money unpredictability during childhood, the more parental investment in values and discipline. We also looked for correlations between some social demographic variables and the parental investment. And what we saw was that family income and purchasing power had significant correlations with parental investment in social life and values and discipline. Both family income and purchasing power had positive correlations with investment in social life. So the more the family income, the more investment in social life, and the more purchasing power, the more parental investment in social life. And they were both negative correlations with parental investment in values and discipline. So the more purchasing power and family income, the less investment in values and discipline. Okay, so some discussion. We saw that in general, family unpredictability during childhood was correlated to adult parental investment in the expected direction. So we think we provided some support for the idea that childhood unpredictability can promote a fast life history strategy. If we consider that adult the decreasing in adult parental investment is a proxy for, is a trait of the life history, the fast life history strategy. We saw that unpredictability of nurturance was the factor that most affected parental investment, and we think that this can indicate that unpredictability of nurturance is one of the most important cues to the child's future unpredictability, and this can be important for the discussion about how to measure unpredictability during childhood. We think that our operationalization of nurturance unpredictability agrees with Belsky, Hill, and others' propositions about the role of the parent's responsiveness to the child's needs in shaping children's unpredictability models, and that's why we had this success in measuring family unpredictability. We saw that basic care was the parental investment least affected by childhood unpredictability and by the present socioeconomic conditions. We interpret this result as related to the importance of the basic care to the child's survival, and we suppose that the invariance of parental investment in relation to unpredictability during childhood and the present socioeconomic conditions may be the result of an adaptive selection. But we also suggest that this sample was not in extreme harshness or unpredictability. So we should further investigate if these extremes conditions would still maintain basic care. We saw that parental investment in values and discipline increased as childhood unpredictability in money decreased, and it decreased as the present socioeconomic conditions increased. And we think that this can indicate that values and discipline are most valued by parents from lower socioeconomic status. Presently, we cannot explore this question further, but a possibility is that parents of higher socioeconomic status can be less pressed by social norms and can value less this investment in values and discipline. So some conclusions, we could see that the levels of family unpredictability during childhood are negatively related to parental investment during adulthood, and although this relation was proposed by other authors, to our knowledge, this is the first demonstration that family unpredictability during childhood negatively affect parental investment during adulthood. Other authors have shown the effects of environmental unpredictability mainly over sexual behaviors. We are aware of one work, from Kinlan, 2007, that demonstrated that environmental unpredictability, present environmental unpredictability, had a negative effect over parental investment. So we think that this result, together with other results, can have a very important implication for public policies, considering that families in social and financial risks are more prone to adopt a fast life history strategy. We think that policies can direct effort in the promotion of more predictable environments. We also investigated how family unpredictability during childhood would affect adolescent sexual life onset. And we studied 203 students that were enrolled in the 60th and 70th grades of 2 public schools at Vitória, Espírito Santo. Most of them were female. They were about 12 years old. They self-declared as pardo, mainly. And in purchasing power that could vary from 0 to 100, they had an average of 28 points. So low purchasing power. About parental separation, 39% answered yes to this question, 33% no, but we had a number that did not answer or had other answers. For example, they didn't know if their parents were separated or not because they never lived with both parents, or they never lived with one of their parents, usually the father. And the same occurred to parental death, although most of the students had both parents alive, but a high percentage of them didn't know if their one or both their parents were dead, or at least one of them, usually the father also, because they didn't live with the father, they didn't know the father. These answers. To understand the impact of family unpredictability on the adolescent sexual life onset, we asked them about the ages they expected to have their first boyfriend or girlfriend, their first sexual intercourse, to marry, to have their first child. But we started asking them if they had already had their first boyfriend or girlfriend, intercourse, child. If they answered yes, we asked at what age did that happen. If they asked no, we asked if they wanted to have a boyfriend, intercourse, to marry, to have a child. And if they asked yes, then we asked when did they expected to accomplish these things. And here we see the correlations between family unpredictability during childhood and the expected ages to do that. We hypothesized that these correlations would be mainly negative because we hypothesized that as family unpredictability during childhood increased, the sexual life onset would be, this would promote an earlier sexual life onset. And we had some evidence for this. When considering the nurturance unpredictability, it really correlated negatively and significantly with the expected age for the first boyfriend and girlfriend and for the first sexual intercourse. And money unpredictability and meals unpredictability during childhood significantly correlated with the expected age to have the first child. We also looked at the social demographic variables, but only adolescents' age correlated negatively with the expected age to have the first boyfriend or girlfriend and the first sexual intercourse. The older the adolescent, the sooner he expected to have a boyfriend or girlfriend and the first sexual intercourse, which makes sense. Only the mother's age when adolescent was born had a positive correlation with the first sexual intercourse. So the younger the mother when the adolescent was born, the earlier the age, the expected age to have the first sexual intercourse. Okay, so we think we provided some evidence that family unpredictability during childhood was correlated to adolescents' sexual life onset. For example, unpredictability of nurturance was the factor that most affected adolescents' sexual life onset, and this is compatible with the results that we found for unpredictability of nurturance in relation to the parental investment in the adults. We saw that the age to have first child was affected by money and meals unpredictability, but not by nurturance unpredictability. And we, until now, do not have a good hypothesis to explain this result. We saw that the expected age to marry was not affected by any of the family unpredictability dimensions. And in this case, we think that the age to marry in this sample may be not correlated with the life history strategy. We saw high percentage of parents that were separated or that the students didn't know about the status of the couple, of their parents. So maybe marriage is not related to reproduction in this, at least in this sample. And we saw that purchasing power did not correlate with any of the traits that we used to indicate the adolescent's sexual life onset, which is also compatible with the absence of effect of purchasing power on parental investment in the adults sample. So we can indicate that purchasing power is a different measure, and it's more related to harshness than to unpredictability, at least in this sample. And that's it. I'd like to thank a lot to the organization of this meeting and to Labetch, my lab, to the people at Labetch, to FAPS, which is the financial organization, and to my university. And thank you all for listening.
So, hello again. My name is Tânia Lucci. I will present part of my PhD that I did here at Universidade de São Paulo, Instituto de Psicologia, Department of Experimental Psychology, under the orientation of Professor Emma Otta. So, well, I will present mother-father-infant interaction at birth, influence of parents' social and emotional conditions, and physical characteristics of the newborn. So, we all know the importance of this mother-infant interaction for a healthy development. There are many studies for decades that we study that, no? So, we know that we have impairments in mother-infant interaction can result in hormonal, behavior, and also emotional dysregulation in diverse mammals. However, few studies have been done in the mother-infant interaction at birth. We now know that from birth, infants already exhibit many behaviors and skills that allow initial communication through gaze, voice, facial expression, gestures, touch. And now, with the new techniques, we now know that when they are born, they already have an important background of experiences accumulated during the period of intrauterine development, such as tactile experiences, sounds, the rhythm of the mother's body, maternal hormones, and so on. So all these conditions, we think it influences the infant's response to the birth experience. Well, this study was made in the context of a longitudinal study made here, conducted here in Psychology, Institute of Psicologia, on postpartum depression. We started our research with 400 women. They were pregnant at the beginning in the first interview, and we collected data until their child complete 3 years old. So it was a longitudinal study, and this is only a part of it that I will show here. So postpartum depression is a disorder that is very common. 20% of women here in Brazil reports having symptoms of depression at postpartum period. So postpartum depression is the same symptoms of the normal depression, but it happens on postpartum period. So the symptoms are many of you already know: depressed mood, weight change, sleep disturbance, psychomotor problems, low energy, guilt, low confidence, low self-esteem, and so on. What we observed in our study was that women with postpartum depression, they evaluate having more marital conflict, report being more impatient with their child in the first year of life, and report having less pleasure in the interaction with their child. So my general aim was to evaluate the first mother-infant interactions at birth as a function of emotional and social environmental variables. So to achieve my goal, one of my specific aims was to quantify the frequency of behaviors of the mother, the father, the newborn in the immediate postpartum period, and to identify associations between emotional and social characteristics in the frequency of the behaviors. So for that, we collected data in 3 point times. One of them was in the interview when they were still pregnant, and we applied the social support scale. Then the second interview was when they went to hospital to give birth, and they stayed about 2 or 3 days in the hospital, and then we went there to talk with her, and we asked how they were feeling. That was only one question, and in a 5-point scale. So how they were feeling emotionally. And we also asked how was their relationship with their husband. Then 4 to 16 weeks after delivery, we invited them to come to our lab, and we applied the Edinburgh postnatal depression scale. We collected many other data, but for this study, I will just mention this one. And we also had information about delivery conditions on the hospital records. So this is a naturalistic study, and many people collaborated to this study. So many students, some of them are here, and nurses and doctors as well. So nurses, they filmed, they registered 120 videos of deliveries that was carried out at the Universidade, at the Hospital Universitário here, no? From USP. So I was responsible for analyzing this video. When I start analyzing these videos, I realized that some of these recordings were made at exactly in the first minutes of life, when the newborns were still with blood in their skin, and they were, in the first time they were put together with the mother. And some of these videos were registered, like, I think it was like 5 to 10 minutes after. And you can see here by this photograph, they were already cleaned up, and they had using a hat, so you can see they are a little bit more calm. So I had to split my sample, and I had 60 diets before, what I called before clinical assessment, and 60 pairs after clinical assessment. So I used captive software to analyze this video, and I coded the behavior every 10 seconds. And I watched this, I was coding these behaviors about on the mother, the vocalization, if they were talking to their newborn, the touch, if the mothers were caressing these newborns, the eyes, if their mothers were looking at her infant, and the facial expression, if they were smiling, a neutral expression, or pain. From the newborn, I was observing the vocalization, so if they were in silence, if they were crying, whimpering, the body movement, if they had open or closed eyes. I tried to analyze if the mutual gaze, but it was very, very few and very rare, so I couldn't analyze this, unfortunately. And I also looked at a calming down behavior that was the decreasing of crying and physical movement in relation to the previous moment. So that was something that I looked at also. And for the father, I had a small sample. I have only 35 fathers' videos. I know they participate much more in other videos, but the nurse didn't catch them in the film, so I had only 35. And I only observed the touch. So if he was touching the mother, if he was touching the newborn, or if he was touching both. This is my sample. This woman had mean age of 25 years, mean schooling age 9 years. It's important to say that all infants of this sample, they had a normal weight, so more than 2.5 kilos, and all of them had were born with normal gestational age, non-predicted, so more than 37 weeks of gestation. We had more females than males, newborns, and most of my sample, they had a normal type of delivery, and half of my sample was the first time they were giving birth, and 50% of them had a companion during delivery. Sometimes it wasn't the husband, sometimes it's the mother or a friend, but 50%, approximately 50% of my sample had someone with them. So for the frequency of behavior, here I will show you the frequency of the mother behavior. And this is a sample before clinical assessment, so the ones that were the first minutes of life. We can see that mothers, at the beginning, they are mostly in silence, looking at their infant, and with a neutral expression. And when we compare to this other sample was after, there aren't many changes. So they still are in silence, looking at and with a neutral expression, and sometimes talking to the infant and caressing them. When we look to the frequency of newborn behavior, here is the sample before, so the first minutes of life. They are mostly moving their body with closed eyes, sometimes for half of the time crying and half of the time in silence. And when we look 5 to 10 minutes after, it changes a little bit these frequencies. So mostly they become in silence, they calm down, and they start opening their eyes. And they still moving their body, although a little bit less. And when we see father's behavior, we can see here that in the sample before, they were mainly touching the mother, a little bit touching both, but very few touching only the newborns. When we see 5 to 10 minutes after, these fathers, okay, it's other sample, so not this father, was this sample, they, so they enhance their behavior of touching both and declining the touching only the mother. So here we didn't see any father touching only the newborn. My second aim was to associate this frequency of behavior that I showed you before with these emotional and social conditions. So for that, I did multiple ordinal regressions, and I had 3 models. In the first model, I considered emotional conditions. So I looked at social support, postpartum depression, maternal emotional. That was the question that I did at the hospital, marital assessment, and family environment. In the second model, I looked at the social conditions, so age, parity, schooling, and partner, if the mother had a partner or not. And on the third model, I observed the sex of newborns, gestational age, and weight. So I will show you the emotional model first. Here we are looking at the mother's gaze to newborn. This is the frequency of time in percentage. So this first column indicates that it's a low percentage of this behavior. So 0 to 25% of the time, this column indicates that the mother was gazing. And the last column, the most frequent behavior, so more than 75%. Here at your right, you can see that in red are the mothers that told us that their relationships with their husband was very bad. And in green, those that said that their relationship with their husband was okay, was good. You can see here that we had more mothers that had a problem with their husband gazing to the newborn. And here at right, you can see maternal vocalization in the same direction. So mother that had a bad relationship, they used to vocalize less to their newborn. So the better the relationship with the partner, the greater the chance of looking at the newborn, and also the greater the chance of talking to the newborn. When we asked family environment, we were asking them if they had stressful situations during their childhood. And the more stressful the maternal family environment in childhood, the lower the chance of displaying a smile during delivery. When we saw postpartum depression, just to remember you that this, thank you, postpartum depression we collected 1 month after delivery, okay? So just to remember you. We see here the mothers with that showed signs of postpartum depression, they are represented by the red color. And here is the same percentage that I showed you first. No? So we are seeing now newborn crying. So here are the most frequently those that passed more time crying. They are all, mostly from the postpartum depression mothers. So children of women with postpartum depression showed more chance of crying. When we look at emotional state, it was in the same direction as well. So here we have, sorry, it's in Portuguese here, but when we asked them their emotional state, those who said that was bad or regular are represented by the red, and in green, those who said that were great emotionally, they were fine. So here is the newborn movement. And we also saw that the better the maternal emotional conditions, the greater the chance of the infant to show motor activity for longer. Looking at the social variables, we saw that those women that was giving birth for the first time, they showed a greater chance of looking at newborn when compared to those mothers that had already 1, 2, or more childs. The higher the maternal age, the lower the chance of smiling at delivery, and also schooling. The higher the education, the lower the chance of the mother looking at the newborn. That was something surprising for us. We didn't expect. Newborns. So when we went to see the sex of the infants, here the male are represented by green and the female by red. Here is the newborn crying. And here are the frequency. This column represents more frequency of this behavior. So you can see that male newborns were more likely to cry. And here at our right, you can see the calming behavior. So it's the inverse, obviously. They are most, they are crying more, and they are having much more difficult to calm down. When we saw the weight of these newborns, just remembering that all of these newborns had normal weight, expected, not to their expected weight, but the higher the weight, the greater the chance of calming down. And the higher the weight, the lower the chance of remaining with eyes open. Here you can see the affectionate touch, so the frequency that mothers were caressing these newborns by sex. And we can see that they were caressing more male newborn. But I think we have to also look that observe that these male newborns were those that were crying most as well, no? So they were more likely to caress them, the male newborns, and also to talk with them. Observing the gestational age, the lower the gestational age, the lower the chance of mother vocalizing to their infant. So just to summarize my findings, my main findings, regarding emotional conditions, infants born to mothers with emotional problems are more likely to cry. The worse the marital relationship, the less likely the mother is to interact with her newborn, so looking and talking. And contrary to what we expected, despite the emotional problems that they might develop after, the mothers didn't exhibit differences in the interaction with their newborn. Social support did not influence the frequency of maternal behaviors as well as we expected. Regarding social conditions, age parity and education predicted maternal behavior, but not the infant behavior. And having or not a partner was not an impacting variable, but rather the quality of this relationship. Regarding the physical characteristics of these newborns, sex, weight, and gestational age predicted the frequency of mother and newborn behaviors. So what we saw here is that, thank you, emotional conditions, emotional, social, and physical characteristics, all these variables influenced the behavior of the mother, of the newborn, or both, and thus interfered in the interaction with them already in the first minutes of life. So possibly, these variables can also influence the more or less parental investment in the long run. So the present research aimed to contribute to the reflection on the practice on psychologists and other health professionals in order to promote and guarantee the effective and healthy interaction from the beginning of the fetal development. Here is the team that worked on this research. I have many other persons to thank, but I just found these two pictures, so I want to thank you them. They were very important to my collecting my data, so I'm very, very thankful to all of them. And I also want to thank you for watching my presentation. So that's it. I have to say that we have funding from FAPESP. That's it. So now I will call Julia Scarano de Mendonça, and she will present her beautiful job on depression, postpartum depression, and father depression.
Oi. Não, eu vou usar qual? E a coisinha. Peraí, é assim, esse lado? É aqui, vindo aqui nessa. Ah, tá bom. Deixa eu pôr. Não sei se eu ponho no óculos ou não. Não. Bem, good morning to everybody. So I'm going to present this study. Paternal investment in the context of maternal postpartum depression and paternal depression. I think I'm going to do it, if I do it here, just a minute. So this presentation is based on a reflection about the functions that maternal and paternal depression may have in the family system. It's a chapter from this book, Handbook of Fathers in Child Development, from 2020, that I co-edited. So it's our intention to provide a model of parental depression in new parents based on the interplay between mothers and fathers' depression, consistent with family system theory. So the theory proposes that the family unit is a changing system composed of various subsystems. Here you see father-child, husband-wife, mother-child, child-child, that are interrelated and influence each other. So, and we also base our work on evolutionary approach to depression, as they provide an alternative interpretation to the most current understanding of depression as a mood disturbance. So from this perspective, negative emotions like the ones present in depression can be considered defense mechanisms, such as cough or fever. Specifically, we'll use Hagen's analysis of postpartum depression. According to Hagen, postpartum depression, PPD, is a psychological functional adaptation to a situation evaluated as more costly than the mother can cope with, indicating mother's need for extra support for the care of a newborn. From this perspective, the low mood and lack of energy that characterizes depression may be seen as a call for help. So this is an illustration here from this perspective. You see the mother all sad and the father here all happy and very close to the child, you know, when the mother has PPD. You know. So the idea is that when the mother evaluates the costs of caring for a new infant as very high, more than she can cope with, she may unconsciously develop a depression that will impair her capacity to care for the infant, increasing her chances of obtaining support from her local environment, especially from her partner. So the proposal predicts, first, women who perceive a lack of social support are at greater risk of developing PPD. Second, mothers' PPD will enhance partner support and paternal investment. So I'll be working on the second prediction. So for this reflection, I'll be using two studies I did in the context of my postdoc that I did here at the Institute of Psychology. So the first one looks at father-child interaction when mothers present postpartum depression. And in the second one, I look at father-child interaction when fathers are depressed. So this project is the same as Tanya, is the same project as Tanya, the one Tanya presented. It's on the genesis and consequences of PPD. And as Tanya said, 400 mothers were observed from delivery to the 36 months of the child. I started my postdoc at the end of this project at the child's 36 months, and they were observing then mother and child only, so I decided to invite the fathers for the laboratory sessions. So this, I only observed the fathers when the children were 36 months. So for this study, I collected 40 child dyads that were observed here, were observed in free play interaction. So I have the measures of paternal depression that I have were collected at the child's 36 months. And apart from observing, I also gave some questionnaires to the parents. To assess postpartum depression, we use the PDS, as Tanya said. It's a very known scale for depression. And to code the father-child interaction, I use the taxonomy of interactional synchrony, which is an observational measure that indicates the level of behavioral engagement between the social partners. It's a taxonomy that I developed during my PhD that I did in Canada. And, just a minute, sorry. Okay. And was published here in the American Psychological Association in 2015. So this is the taxonomy here. It has 4 dimensions: dyadic interpersonal distance, dyadic visual orientation, upper body orientation, and dyadic play involvement. So these 4 dimensions, it works like a grading scale from 4 to 1. 4 representing more synchrony between the social partners. So for example, here interpersonal distance, the level 4 would be less than 10 centimeters between the social partners, and 1 more than 2 meters. Visual orientation, 4 would be the social partners look at each other, and 4 would be the social partners look in the different directions. So it's a dyadic coding scheme. So it's here just to have a better idea. So here they are very close to each other, the two partners, no? So this would be the more synchrony reflected in a closer distance between the social partners. And here the more is more distant. Vision body orientation follow the same idea. So it's a scale that goes from less synchrony to more synchrony. So here would be the social partners are looking at each other. Here the social partners are looking at something else. Here one look at the other while the other looks at something else. And here they are looking at different directions. And this works also for body and for dyadic play involvement. It's the same principle. The coding process, I filmed 10 minutes of social interaction, only coded 8, dismissed the first 2 minutes, used time and interval sampling depending on the dimension. Every 10 seconds, I coded from each one of the categories was noted. No? Did inter-observer reliability before coding, 20% of the dyads, only start coding after Cohen kappa reached 0.7 for each category. We used Interact, a German software to do the coding. We assume that father-child interaction or synchrony is an indirect measure of parental investment, and that it will be reflected in the level of synchronization between the father and the child. So I presented the method before because both studies use that same method. No? So the first study, the objective was to examine the effect of mother's depression from the postpartum period up to the child's 36 months of life on father-child interaction at the child's 36 months of life. So our question was, what happens to the family when mothers are depressed? So that's Hagen's hypothesis. So here is the result. We have, sorry about that. We have here, the interaction dimensions, and here the depression scores, mothers at 3, 8, 36, and a profile we created combining results at 3, at 8, and 36 months, also controlled for father's depression. What we see here is these positive correlations, mother's profiles and father distance and visual orientation here. I will summarize here. So these are what we see, that fathers were closer to the child and looked more at the child when the mother was depressed. Results suggest that fathers compensate for mother's impaired functioning due to depression. Okay, so this is the second study. The objective is to understand fathers' involvement with their 3-year-old children in the context of paternal depression by direct observation of father-child interaction. The question we had here, what happens to the family when fathers are depressed? To analyze these results, we used the 3 factors. We derived 3 factors from the EPDS total score that was already published in the literature. And here the 3 factors are depressive symptoms, anhedonia, and anxietal symptoms. What we see here is the total score. We have a tendency, but it's not significant. But when we look at the factors individually, we see that the symptom, when fathers report symptoms of depression, they are also playing closer to the child. So, summarizing, the more the father reports symptoms of depression, the closer father-child physical proximity is in free play interaction. So this is quite intriguing. If we think here, for example, that maternal PPD and paternal depression both lead to father-child greater synchrony. So here we provide evidence. This is Hagen's hypothesis, so we provide evidence for his hypothesis. But these results on this side, it's very intriguing. No, we couldn't understand, and that was the topic. That's the main topic of this talk. Now, how can we make sense of these results here? So that's puzzling, you know, thinking a lot, how is it possible? And then back to the literature, you know, reading some things to find, looking for inspiration. So I'm going to talk briefly about these topics here. So what we see in the literature is really inconsistency, a lot of inconsistency on father research literature. And all those topics, you know, inspired us for a hypothesis we are going to propose. So what we see, what the literature shows, the great variability in paternal care expression, the paradox of facultative paternal behavior, evolution of paternal care behavior, flexibility of paternal care human behavior, and parental investment theory. So all those theories and ideas help us to make this hypothesis that we'll present. So the idea here, what we see in the literature is that mothers with symptoms of depression are less contingent, less affectionate, less visual and vocal, present less visual and vocal communication, they structure the interaction less. This is quite consistent in the literature, but it's very, the father's literature is very inconsistent. What we see here, father's depression also impairs parenting and has negative consequences for the child's development along with mothers' research. But we also find in the literature that paternal depression is unrelated to the quality of father-child interactions. And we also see that depressed fathers displayed more positive behavior towards their children than depressed mothers. So that's what we could find that helped us a little bit to understand our data. In relation to the variability of paternal care expression, we all know, we all see in our everyday life that fathers can be very different from each other. They can go from very caring to very inattentive to children as well. And so what we also see in the literature is that men have the potential to nurture, but this is not always expressed. For example, as response to babies, fathers present increase in oxytocin levels comparable to mothers, increase in prolactin levels, although the increase is not as much as in mothers, yet decline in testosterone levels. A decline, lower levels of testosterone are associated with greater response of paternal behavior, less aggressive behavior, greater focus on caring, and greater attachment to babies. The literature also shows that paternal care is very rare in nature. It occurs in less than 5% of all mammal species, and we showed we have as humans a cooperative breeding pattern of parental care. An important idea in the literature is related to the flexibility of paternal behavior. Paternal care expression evolved as a system with maximum flexibility in a species where it's not mandatory for infant survival, such that males and their partners can maximize reproductive success in different ways, depending on different conditions. On the contrary, being more fixed, shaped less by social experience and ecological pressures in a species where it's mandatory for offspring survival. And the theory of parental investment also gives some insights as they say that differences in the reproductive strategies of men mainly mating and women mainly caring explain parental investment. Trivers points out that men, but not women, can substantially increase their reproductive success by mating with multiple partners. So the theory predicts an increase in paternal care investment and a loss of mating opportunities when it's necessary for offspring well-being. So back to our data, that's what we want to understand. So the questions we pose are, does the increase in fathers' investment when mothers present PPD comes from fathers' perception, highlighting here, fathers' perception of mother's depression symptoms and impaired care alone? If not, is it related to any other mechanism? If so, what other mechanisms are fathers' increased investment related to? So we argue that that nature may have provided the organisms with a mechanism to force a change in fathers' behavior when it's necessary for promoting offspring well-being. Maternal PPD may be one of these circumstances. Opa, oh, my God. It's too close, no, one to the other. No? This mechanism could be the triggering of paternal depression. So we further argue then that it's likely that the strong biological drive to mate in men due to a reproductive strategy based on mating behavior in opposition to women's caring strategy promotes a special openness to the outside world. Given the high costs of paternal investment in the context of mother's PPD, paternal depression may function to force a change in fathers' behavior by inhibiting their openness to the outside world and thus promoting their greater involvement with the family in the context of family diversity. Then, paternal depression may be the link between maternal PPD and an increase in paternal investment. Paternal depression during the postpartum period may have evolved as an underlying mechanism triggered by maternal PPD having the function of increasing paternal investment. So just back to our dilemma here, you know? Here what we have is maternal PPD, and this would be Hagen's hypothesis. Now, maternal PPD would enhance paternal investment, but here we didn't know how. How come? Just as the mother sees that the father sees, they perceive the mother is having a hard time, or what else? No? So we proposed that the underlying mechanism that leads to an increase in paternal investment when mothers are depressed is the triggering of paternal depression. The literature also shows some evidence of our hypothesis. For example, the literature shows high association between maternal and paternal depression during the postpartum period. Oh my God, maternal depression has been considered the main risk factor for paternal depression. The literature is full of evidence of emotional contagion. Our previous analysis using both self-report and observational measures demonstrated that paternal depression can bring fathers closer to the family. And finally, there is evidence that men with more sexual opportunities were more depressed postpartum. Nevertheless, severe paternal depression will probably have negative consequences for family interaction. So we would like to reinforce the need for further research to test this hypothesis. We set out in this presentation that the main function of paternal depression in the context of maternal PPD is to promote fathers' proximity to the family by inhibiting fathers' outside activity. Thank you.
So, we are with...
So guys, let me just explain how it will be. So I'm gonna put Suemi online with us in a call here, but he's listened to us in the YouTube live. So she will listen us before we do a question to her. So will be a time shift between the question and the answer. So be comprehensible with her, because she listened before we ask a question for her. So let me put her here. Hi, Suemi. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, guys, so if you have a question.
Do you have any questions for any of the people on the table? Who's going to be first? Dennis?
I talk too much, but I'll go on anyway. My first comment is with Suemi, there's your name. I was impressed with, especially one thing in your findings, and that was that wealthier families inculcate less discipline and fewer values, you said. I suspect that what's going on there is something else. I suspect that the values people are thinking about when you ask them the question is mostly about obedience. I'm wondering, and I remembered a little conversation I had once about different mothering styles with some colleagues. I had just gotten back from lunch at one of my colleagues' house, and she had at the table, she was an Argentinian woman of Italian descent. And I remember being very impressed at how their meal went. She would yell at her kids and say, "Eat your broccoli or I'll kill you." And I was, at the same time, I was with another colleague, she was Jewish. And she said, "Oh, but a Jewish mother is much worse. What she says is, you won't eat your broccoli, your poor mother will die of a heart of sadness." And I said, oh. Well, I was brought up a Lutheran, and Lutheran mothers follow an open morality an open form of morality. And so a Lutheran mother looks at her child and she says, "Oh, I'm not going to tell you if you should eat your broccoli or not. That's a question you have to take, you have to make. But think hard on whether that's the right or wrong thing to do." So you go out and you kill yourself. And I think those reflect three different views of how to discipline. One is very open. It doesn't require you to follow her values or anybody else's values. You have to decide. And I suspect very much that upper class parents are trying to get their children to be ambitious and find their own careers and get ahead. And they're not going to force obedience, which is lower class. I'll be talking later about one of the things that predicts what morals parents inculcate in their children in different cultures. And obedience was one of the moral values that they looked at. And in which cultures require most obedience of their children? It's the cultures that are most stratified, cultures that have slavery. It's obvious why parents are doing that. Their children have to learn how to behave. They're going to have to kowtow to, to their rulers, whatever. So I would suggest that's an alternative explanation to the one you gave. You said that maybe wealthy parents are just absent, and that's why they're not inculcating, they're abandoning the children. It's just an alternate hypothesis to examine. But that's
Thank you, Dennis. So, Amy?
Thank you for your question. Okay. I think that you were right. And I didn't say that they abandon their children. What I said is that they might be less pressured by the social norms. And that's, I think, is what you just said. We didn't have any data to explore further this result, but I agree with you. And I think that parents that are more wealthy, they also try to compensate for their they might be not present all the time, so they may compensate with less rules, less discipline, and they also may have these values that you said, more directed to the self and more directed to the self. That's it. So I agree with you. Thank you.
I'm not saying abandon the other hypothesis about absence. That's also worth looking at, whether they're just not present.
Yeah, but it's not the same, I think, to be not present and to abandon, because they, in other research that we did, we saw that parents that are wealthier, they substitute their presence with the presence of other caretakers, usually professional caretakers. So it's not an abandonment, but they try to compensate the lack of their presence, and when they are present, they compensate in other ways. So, these ways do not involve discipline.
Thank you. Next question, Renata.
Hello, Soemi. Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I was thinking about your question, and I was remember my PhD when I studied the model of ecological development from Heidkeller. So I think it's aligned with your thoughts. But for Soemi, I'm very worried nowadays, and I'd like to know if there is there actually any study that link the growing religious fundamentalism we are seeing in our society, Brazilian society nowadays, to greater discipline and family unpredictability, if you know something about this.
Thank you, Renata. I don't have any data about it, but it's a very good think, a very good direction to follow. Yes. Because if more unpredictability leads to this to have more value in discipline, then it seems that it goes along with what's happening now in our society.
Yes.
It's very interesting.
A great way
to think about this.
Conservatism and fascism. So I don't know if there is some studies, but I will search after and we can talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. More questions there?
Very good.
Yeah, I forgot your name, sorry. Julia. Thanks for presentation, first of all. I was wondering if there was some control for the presence of some history of depressive symptoms or plain diagnostics of depression in the parents, in the fathers especially, that had the depression to the point of 36 months after the delivery. Like the ones that displayed these depressive symptoms, have they had these kind of symptoms prior to having a baby or something like that? Should I speak louder? Would that help? Should I speak louder? All right. You were displaying some results about the depressive symptoms in these fathers up to 36 months after they had children. Have these fathers been controlled for the prior, yes, from before they had any kid at all?
No. Unfortunately, there was no control. We just met, as I said, and the project was going on only with mothers and children. No? The father I invited at the end of the project, basically. So we didn't follow these fathers before. So unfortunately, no. But it's a very good question because it's very important. What we see, for example, in the mothers' results, the mothers who had a history of depression, prior depression, they were twice as much chance to get depressed. No, and so this is, we know it, depression is a recurrent phenomenon. No? So this is very important. The next study, we will do it, definitely. Thank you.
More questions?
Sorry, I have one more. So I was reading a paper not too long ago that made the argument that the evolution of paternal care is due more to mate guarding than to investing in offspring, because as you noted, I think the investment of fathers really doesn't make as much of a difference as the investment of mothers. So I'm wondering whether in your study, when you see that as mothers are experiencing postpartum depression, your argument is that maybe fathers are stepping in to compensate with care, but I wonder if an alternative explanation is the fathers notice that the mothers are now depressed. Oop, I think I just lost. Oh, there we go. They want to they're more motivated to invest in the children because they realize that maybe the mother is going to be less likely to invest back in them. So it might be you invest in children as a way to mate guard and make sure that the mother sticks around and stays with you and continues to invest herself. I'm not sure if there's a way to evaluate that with your data, but it was a thought that I had, an alternative explanation.
Yeah, it's interesting, but the idea, if you understood well, fathers would invest in the children to make mothers there, I think it's part of the whole dynamic, no? And I think I think probably there is something. There's not only an investment in the child itself, but investment in the family as a whole, no? But yeah, I think we could, for example, even the first time I did this code, used this coding scheme twice. And the first time I also called in Canada during my PhD, and then here during the postdoc, in a Brazilian sample, clinical, and there was normal. And when I did at first, I also coded husband-wife. And I had very interesting results, the relation. So we could do that too, to understand a little bit better the dynamics. It's yeah, it was a pity we didn't do that, but it's very time demanding and this coding, and that's one of the reasons. But it was very interesting, the data on husband and wife relationship. I think if I do this again, it definitely will include husband-wife relationship. It's very interesting. Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you.
This is the last question because coffee break is getting called. Okay, Timon?
Okay. First, thank you very much for this symposium. It was all the presentations were very interesting, and I wonder still in this question about parental father investment. I wonder if they were if the father investment was related to a subjective perception of his importance for the success of raising the child, and that maybe the depression of the mother will make him think that he is more important for the success of the child, and that maybe the father will invest more or less depending on their own importance perception. And I wondered what you would think about that, and if there were subjective assessment of their importance. And I had the second question. I'm answering all the questions at once. For the study of Tanya with the fathers also, that we saw that they didn't look or didn't touch the newborn after birth, or they were only touching the newborn when they were also touching the mother. And I wondered if you had any suggestion, interpretation about this result. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So thank you for the question. And what I was wondering, it made me reflect on the role of the father in the hospital at that condition. So I think these films were registered in 2008, so they're a long time ago. And now we see a very high movement of, calling father to go to this birth and trying to get them more, how can I say, more involved with the birth, with the delivery condition. And I think that was the first, I think if I analyze videos of today's birth, I think it would be a little bit different. And I think when I was watching the videos, it seems like they were feeling a little bit uncomfortable in that situation. They didn't know where he could be and what he could do and what he could touch. And I felt that, but it's my vision. I didn't ask them. So it would be important to see nowadays how these fathers, they are, interacting in that moment.
For me, Tanya, just continuing this, I think I love your data. I told you already. I really see in your data in the birth of the family. I think in that moment, because at first, in the before, the father only touched the mother, because the mother was gone, and I don't know how to say it. Had the birth, and it's very difficult, and all of this, very demanding. So he touched the mother first, and then after the child comes down, he touched both, like including both. I think it's beautiful. For me, it's like that's how I call this the birth of the family in that moment. Now, first he gives support to the mother, and then he includes both, like him embraces both, the mother and the child. I think it's very nice. And we are preparing an article together on that. So.
Very nice symposium. Congratulations, everyone. Now we don't have much time for questions, so we have only a 10 minutes coffee break. Then we will have our plenary, okay? So, and if you haven't taken picture with the exhibition of human evolution, do it now because they are already packing it to take it back to the museum. So congratulations, everyone.
let's start again. Let's continue our program, or here you are. And it's my great pleasure to invite Professor Dennis Werner, who is a famous anthropologist. He's already, for me, he's famous. And he's already retired from the University of Santa Catarina. He's an anthropologist, right, from the profession. But he's actually interested in lots of topics in evolutionary psychology, evolutionary anthropology, in dominance, hierarchies, leadership. And he's actually the author of the first Brazilian book on evolutionary psychology. So it's your turn. Thank you very much, Dennis, that you are here with us.
Thank you very much, Jarka. I admire Jarka's good humor. I don't know how she can stand that. I can't administer a cleaning lady. I don't know how she can do this. Anyway, I changed my talk here at the last minute because of a couple of reasons. First, this is probably the last speech I'll ever give. And so I've got to get things out, sort of get them out of my head, whatever. And secondly, because yesterday I had a little chat with someone who was here. Where is he? I don't know if he was here. And he showed me that he was interested in a topic I had talked about. And I said, well, you know, maybe I should talk about that. But I didn't. It wasn't in the original plan. And then Fernandez told me, no, what you have to put on your slide is this table that you have that influenced a lot of my students. They said that was what changed their thinking. And I've had other people tell me the same thing. Unfortunately, none of them from anthropology. I don't think anthropologists ever read this thing, even though I wrote it in response to cultural anthropologists. But the cultural anthropologists never read it. But I did find that a lot of biologists were interested in, and a lot of neuroscientists. Some of them came up to me and said, oh, well, you've changed, I have to admit, you really changed my way of thinking. And so I thought, well, that's interesting if I'm able to do that. Although I've had some people tell me, I can't give this stuff to students because it would destructure all their ways of thinking. So I shouldn't do that. So I'm going to start with the thing that they said was so impressive. It was published as an article in a book, Darwinian Heritage and Sociobiology, a long time ago. And it was published as a book in Portuguese, which is much longer with various chapters, going from ways of thinking reality, to simple ways of thinking, to animal ways of thinking, to human ways of thinking, to intellectual ways of thinking, to anthropological ways of thinking. And I'm going to show the table that I think was most important. I basically think that people underestimate Darwin's influence on the very, very basic way of thinking. And so I'm going to talk a little about the influence of Darwin on this table on the most profound, the most basic part of philosophy, which is epistemology and ontology. Epistemology, for those of you who aren't from philosophy, refers to the way, I'm talking about philosophy, I was an undergraduate in philosophy, so that's why it comes out. Epistemology deals with what we can think. What are we able to think? And ontology deals with what exists. And the way I summarize this relationship is by a little quote from a Cree Indian when once he was asked to swear at a trial about a dam that was being building on his territory. And basically what he said to the guy who wanted him to swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, he said, how can I swear to tell the truth? I can only say what I know. How can I know if this is the truth? And that's the basic problem about epistemology and ontology. And so I'm starting here with 4 basic ways of seeing reality. And actually, they're stages I personally went through. So I have very personal relationships with these ways of thinking. They're like plateaus you reach at different moments of your life. And of course, I started, as most people do, as a naive realist, which I call. And a naive realist, I use little catchphrases to summarize what they're about. I put this little quote, a rose is a rose is a rose, basically meaning, stop questioning these stupid things. Of course a rose is a rose. They're facts that, it's ridiculous to worry about this stuff. And this implies several things about how you think. For example, what do you think of truth? And basically, naive realists say facts are true, but our biases can blind us. But the facts are out there and they're true. And in terms of morality, they basically think there are good and there are bad deeds. We can trust lists of sins and professional codes of ethics. In terms of beauty, they would say, some things are naturally pretty or ugly. In terms of the good life, they basically follow rules and traditions. That's enough. And in terms of research, they'll basically say, observe well, avoid your biases so you can see the facts as they are. Facts come from natural categories and possess essences. So that's the basic way of naive philosophy. Of course, this was questioned by philosophers very early on. I'm going to go on to idealism, which is basically Platonism. It was big on the early Greeks, Plato and Aristotle, and, well, of course, Socrates, who was described by Plato. And this, I took a quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson. This is a quote I got when I was a teenager. I think I was like 15 years old, and we had to read essays by Ralph Waldo Emerson. And he was a Neoplatonist and very much an idealist. And here's what he said of things. He said, particular natural facts are the symbols of particular spiritual facts. Nature is the symbol of spirit. That's a basic quote from him. This was actually introduced into philosophy in the Western world by Thomas of Aquinas. At one point, Thomas Aquinas was a big man, very gentle man normally. He was invited in the Middle Ages to debates all over the place, and he never got angry, except at one point. He once went to a meeting to debate on the differences between empirical studies and religion. And people were trying to make these things compatible. And one guy said, well, let's not worry about it. We, didn't say scientists, natural philosophers, we'll deal with we'll deal with the world, the facts, and you can deal with spiritual things. We'll deal with natural things, and we'll deal with spiritual things. Thomas Aquinas was furious. He said, no, spiritual facts and natural facts are the same. You'll get to the same thing. They're absolutely the same. That's exactly what Ralph Waldo Emerson is talking about. And that is very popular. Idealism is an extraordinarily popular philosophical point of view. I find it very common, especially among natural scientists, mathematicians, physicists, others, many like this system of thought. And as in terms of truth, true facts correspond to true ideas or concepts. Those of you familiar with Darwin, you'll remember that at the time of Darwin, there was a thing called natural theology by William Paley. He argued that studying nature, we will find God, because God is in nature, and everything in nature will find God. And Darwin said, wait a minute, that's not so true. He looked at species. Linnaeus was classifying species. There are ideal species, and then there are those species that don't quite reach their potential. They're kind of defective. And museums would put out the ideal species and then leave the others behind or show how they could be defective. And Darwin said, those aren't defectives. Those are variations. Evolution depends on these supposed defects. That's ridiculous to think that there are ideal species. They don't exist. That was a tremendous change in the way people thought. Let's go on to the idea of goodness. How do idealists deal with goodness? Well, basically they say, on achieving perfect ideals, we achieve exactly what ought to be. At the deepest level, truth and goodness are the same. This is very Platonic as well. Those of you who read any of Plato will realize how if you get down to things, goodness is always there at the end. You just have to find them. In terms of beauty, you basically, on achieving ideal perfection, truth, goodness, and beauty are all the same. And the good life is to try to achieve your full potential. This you find in psychology a lot. You have to find your potential. That's an idealist point of view. There is an ideal potential for you, and that's what you should try to achieve. That's the aim of an idealist. And how to do research, you basically raise consciousness so you can see the perfect ideals and discover the laws of nature. Well-founded facts and concepts get to the essence of things. This is a very important point of view. There's a philosopher here, Uspa, who does videos. And I remember seeing her first video. She's a very good teacher, actually. And her first video was about Plato's cave. And I remember watching this. Oh, what a wonderful video. She's showing how philosophers have to question things. They can't go along with everybody else. And up to that, I thought, wow, this woman is a great professor. But then she went into idealism. I realized she's a pure idealist. And I say, well, no, that's good. She's found my limits. The third one is phenomenalism. Phenomenalism is a big thing in anthropology. I spent a lot of time as a phenomenalist. My last year of high school and all through college, when I was studying philosophy and French literature, phenomenalism was everything. And phenomenalism, my quote here is, "For life is but a dream, and dreams are only dreams." Everything's in your head. And in terms of truth, there are only concepts. Reality is constructed from them. Truths are relative. There are alternative truths, alternative facts these days. And they're all equal, and you can't separate them out, and that's what alternative facts are. This is very popular in anthropology. It's basically what dominates anthropology these days. In terms of goodness, good and evil are relative. Every group invents its own, where did goodness? Every group invents its own moral rules. It's all relative. You clearly can't say whether one thing is better than another because it's all in your head anyway. And the way you do research is the best you can do, the good life, you can do a couple of things. You can go into anguish, l'angoisse of Paul Sartre, or take the life a little easier and just be an Epicurus, just enjoy life's pleasure and say, oh, it doesn't matter anyway, so I'll just enjoy pleasure and that's good enough. But they're all basic ideas that, what you're calling realism is all relative, it means nothing. And how do you do research? The best you can do is to seek consensus, or at least dialogue, so that you can comprehend different concepts which are culturally constructed. This is the famous hermeneutics that people do today, and most cultural anthropologists don't allow you to do anything else. So that's a problem. Now, I wrote this book on this, trying to convince anthropologists, no, there is an alternative, and the alternative comes from Darwin. And what's the difference between phenomenalism and Darwin and idealism? I put a little quote here from Goethe's Faust. Am Anfang war das Aber. In the beginning was the word, in the scriptures we read, but here I balk. Who will help me now proceed? The Spirit helps. For once I'll take its heed, and right consoled, in the beginning was the deed. The beginning, you notice he's translating the Bible and saying, I don't believe this that in the beginning was the word. The beginning was the deed. It was something that happened. It was concrete. It was, which fits much better in evolutionary pattern. The thoughts come after doing these things. In terms of truth, this is a very important point. Our notions of truth and true and false evolved in order to detect cheating. I'm going to get into this a little bit now. Both people and propositions may be true or false. Propositions are more or less true to the extent that they correspond to data and do not lead to contradictions. So my way of saying this is, well, you may say truth doesn't exist, but our idea of truth, our way of finding truth, has allowed us to survive and reproduce, and we've done very well by it. So I can't be totally divorced from reality. I agree that maybe we don't know what truth is. Maybe what we think is true has nothing to do with what truth is really out there, but it's good enough. That's the way evolution works. You don't have to be perfect. An example I like to give, I was talking about, is a mother goose who recognizes her chicks by their peeps. And, Conrad Lorenz loved to do these kinds of experiments. But if you deafen the mother goose and she sees her chicks there, she's apt to kill them. She won't recognize them as her offspring. On the other hand, if you put some baby snakes in her nest and you have a recording of these chick peeps, she'll try to feed the baby snakes. Now, that obviously doesn't correspond to the truth about what parenthood is, what her offspring is, but it's good enough for evolution. I mean, most mother geese can hear, and very rarely will a mother goose find baby snakes peeping in their nests. So we can see the limits of the goose's thoughts, and we must realize that we humans are the same way. Our notions of truth may not be totally accurate, but they've been pretty good. And they're not like the phenomenalist view that they're only concepts, that reality is just constructed from that. There's a basis behind that. There's the deed there somewhere, and it's worked. And that's a very important distinction of Darwin. And I don't think people appreciate just how profound a difference that made not only in biology, but in philosophy. It's the very core of philosophy. This stuff is the very core of philosophy. And Darwin made a huge influence on that, much more than the phenomenalists. You get phenomenalists like Nietzsche, who's one of the first. He basically bought this idea. He didn't bother with evolution. If he had studied evolution and Darwin profoundly, he would have realized that he was being very arrogant. Actually, his last book, H.A. Homo, is extraordinarily arrogant. I'm impressed by how self-centered he was. But anyway, this is the idea of truth. These are constructs, yeah, but they're constructs that have some correspondence to reality, not totally divorced. In terms of goodness, morality, our notions of good and evil evolved together with our capacity for cooperation via reciprocity and dominance hierarchies. I'll be getting into this. What is does not necessarily correspond to what ought to be. Our moral concepts and feelings are not necessarily what they ought to be. We must be careful to avoid the naturalistic, relativistic, and moral fallacies. So don't trust. I'll get into this, trust on morality. In terms of beauty, our notions of beauty and ugly evolved. They're not totally arbitrary. They're not in the eye of the perceiver. Our notions evolve possibly as adaptations for seeking good sexual partners or safe, productive environments or nutritious food, whatever, but they're not totally arbitrary. They have some base in evolution. In terms of good life, what can we do? I basically say, let's try to adjust our personal desires to social and practical needs. We may talk a little bit about this later too. Just adjust yourself. You're not gonna be perfect. You can live with this, whatever. And how to do research? Basically, we have to use and control biases, but data derived from categories constructed by the researchers, but they use concepts or perceptions that are universal among humans, so others can replicate data. The eye of science is that we can replicate things, that we can replicate studies. That's the really thing you could say, this was well shown. So anyway, these are the things I want to talk about first, because some people said, well, I've had several people tell me, well, that really influenced the way I think. Just remember, looking at how Darwin influenced the very core of philosophy. And I think that's really underappreciated by evolutionists. Very underappreciated. So I just wanted to get that point out there because it's my last speech anyway. So anyway, now let's talk about the topic of this thing, which is the evolution of dominance hierarchies. Implications for politics, violence, sexuality, and religion. That's too much talk. I'm going to have to cut some of that. What are the aims? The first aim of this talk is to show the importance of personal dominance hierarchies. Personal dominance hierarchies, in my view, are the basis of the evolution of cooperation. Most people, when they talk about cooperation, are talking about how our selfish genes made us personally so altruistic that we can sacrifice our lives because of those selfish genes. Or, the alternative, it's reciprocity. People cooperate in order to increase the well-being of both. The problem with the reciprocity studies is they almost always assume equal partners in the reciprocity. That's almost never the case. Certainly not the case in animals. So what's happened to the dominance hierarchies? They're central to our base for the origins of cooperation. And so I want to talk about just how central dominance hierarchies are to a lot of things. That's why I mentioned politics, violence, sex, religion, and so forth. I hope I can convince people to start thinking about dominance hierarchies a little more. The other thing I want to do, this is my last speech, is to maybe inspire someone to think of something they never thought of before, or maybe think of something they had thought of before, but not in this way. Now, I would be very pleased if that happens. Even if one or two of you come up with something, that's enough. I'm not very demanding. The other thing I'm going to do, I'm not doing empirical research, I'm not doing field work or anything like that anymore, and I don't have students to do that for me. So I'm going to throw out lots of ideas for research. They're going to be in red in this presentation. I'm not going to talk about all of them. They're on my homepage at Blogspot I put there for you, or you can find them at ResearchGate. So if you're interested in something like that, it's good to have lots of ideas. Bad ideas are great, because as I mentioned before, we have to contrast ideas in research. Let's look at alternative explanations. And if you want an alternative explanation to put down, I'm providing a lot of them. You can just pull out one of them and says, well, Dennis Werner said this at a conference. So it's a stupid idea, I agree, but someone has believed in it, so let's so let's look at it. And I think it might be useful for some of you to look at some of that. It might be good for a couple of senior theses or whatever. So I'm throwing out lots of research. I won't be talking about it all, but it's there on the page. So if somebody wants to scour through that and pull out some theories to put down, they're there. So those are two things I want to get out of it. The two things that I want to get out of this talk. I want to begin the talk with the moral system. Oh, I missed it. A file didn't show up there. Unfortunately, I don't know why this didn't show up. I had a quote here. I'm going to talk about morality now. My quote was from Isaac Asimov. He said, this is the point of this section of the research. He said, never let your morals get in the way of doing what's right. I think that's a very important point. He's basically saying, don't trust your moral feelings and don't trust your moral reasoning. They're going to get you into trouble. And I'm going to try to show why that's so. It's unlike Socrates, or as described by Plato. I would say, you're not going to look deep and find goodness in human nature. We've actually talked about some of that yesterday. I mean, actually, it's interesting that in Western philosophy, you have Plato and the Neoplatonic part preaching ultimate goodness in human nature, but on the other hand, Christianity preaches original sin. So we are by nature sinful and unclean, which we always had to say in church at the time. So they're two opposite views. I think they're both a little exaggerated, but anyway, you can see they're contrasting views. So never let your morals get in the way of doing what's right. That's the point here. And the first question is the question of the confusion between is and ought. This was the topic of my first day in catechism. I was 12 years old, being catechized into the Lutheran Church, and our catechism professor was a philosophy professor from the local Lutheran college. And you might find it a little unusual, but the theme of our first day was the difference between is and ought, and what to do to connect them or not connect them, or what can you do. And I always surprised that other people hadn't had this first lesson in catechism. and so I started thinking, I have to tell my colleagues about this. They have to know about this. And here, there's some confusion about where this confusion comes from. Just note our vocabulary, how we confuse these concepts. First, right and wrong, those terms. Right can be something, you answer your question right on a multiple choice test. Or it was wrong. That's a question of what is. Or you can say, you're acting badly, you're right to do that. That's a question of what ought to be, what you ought to do. But we use the same term. We also talk about true and false. A fact can be true, something we said. Denmark is a country in Europe. That's a true fact, basically. But my wife is true. That means someone I can count on. She's morally upright, whatever. Or she's false. She's someone who I can't trust. It's a moral question. It's what ought to be. Third, we have A, something in causality. A is responsible for B. That could mean several things. That could mean A causes B. That's a question of what is. Or it could mean A is guilty for B. You're responsible for our child's bad behavior. That's an ought question. But they putting oxygen and hydrogen together causes explosions. That's a question of is. So we cruise it. And the last one that didn't show up here is the word laws. We talk about physical laws in physics. Those are a question of is, what is. And then we talk about laws that legislators pass. That's a question of ought. So you can see just our vocabulary already confuses these things tremendously. So where does this confusion come from? As you might expect, it comes from our evolutionary past. And here's the evolutionary origins of this confusion. Our notion of truth evolved from our capacity to detect whether others are being honest, true, or false, dishonest. And so I put a little example of tactical deception here. Here we've got a monkey, kind of looks like a baboon, I don't know what it is, but he's trying to deceive the alpha male here. The alpha male looks a little suspicious, but what this one is thinking is that, the alpha male, all he can see is me and this rock. He doesn't know I'm humping one of his females. Of course, this capacity to recognize what the other thinks is kind of complicated in terms of our thinking. And of course, this creates an arms race because this guy is going to have to be able to detect that the other one's being false. And he'll do that by saying, well, the rock, he may be trying to deceive me, but his motions give him away. He's doing motions that don't make sense. And you find he contradicted himself. There's the contradiction. You know, contradiction is also a logical concept. But there's a contradiction in his behavior. Well, this kind of deceptive behavior what? Okay, this kind of deceptive behavior, many people think is so important that it's the reason the human brain evolved. Volker Sommer, some of you may know him as a famous primatologist. He wrote a book especially on this, Lob der Lüge, in praise of lying, arguing that lies were so important, our ability to lie and our ability to detect lies. It created an arms race, everyone required to get better and better at this. It's so important that you can actually show this statistically. This is a comparison of different primate species. And you can see it's the ability of the species to practice tactical deception versus the neocortex ratio of these primates, the ratio of their neocortex to the rest of the brain. And you can see a pretty good line here that the more they're able to do tactical deception, the larger their brains. Actually, I pick a fight with Richard Dawkins because it's an ancestral tale. He attributes brain growth to a totally arbitrary sexual selection, and he ignored this data, and he knew about it. I thought that was being dishonest on his part. He must be an enemy of Richard de Bern. That's the only explanation I can give for it. All right, now there's some traditional fallacies in philosophies that result from this confusion between is and ought. This is the stuff I got in Sunday school. First, there's naturalistic fallacy. It comes in two versions. First version says that anything that is natural is good and anything artificial is bad. I confess I always found that very difficult to swallow. My father's a veterinarian. I said some pretty awful things in nature and other things. And I said, I can't believe that nature is good in itself and artificial things are bad. I couldn't swallow that. Some people actually do buy that idea. Nietzsche basically said that. The Marquis of Sade thought that way. Georges Bataille wrote a book, La Part Maudite, on that, in which he praised the Hindu god Shiva, the god of destruction. And I'm sure a lot of dictators and conquerors, and I bet Genghis Khan thought this was, it's basically a might makes right idea of morality, basically. If nature's evil, we should be evil too. If nature's cruel, we need to be cruel too. It's kind of a scary thought, but I think it's still around. That dictators think you have to be, it's force that determines what's good. There's another version of the naturalistic fallacy, which we talked about a little bit already, that human nature is basically good and unnatural behaviors are bad. Well, I'm going to try to show that human nature is not particularly good. We actually had some evidence from that yesterday among the Aka. There's a second fallacy called the relativistic fallacy. This is the idea that if a culture thinks something is good, then we have to accept it as good. I can't swallow that either. I mean, some cultures have some pretty nasty stuff. They do human sacrifices and they kill people because they're wearing their own clothes and all kinds of stuff. I can't buy that. I'm sorry. That just doesn't go with me. And I think to think that everyone in a culture agrees with the cultural norms, no, I can't swallow that. And finally, third, there's the moralistic fallacy. The moralistic fallacy goes the other way around. It says that if something ought to be, then it is. Men and women ought to be equal, therefore they are equal. Or the value of a good or service ought to come from the work invested in it. Or, and therefore it does. The value of a service or good does result from the work invested in it. And if there's a difference in the price, it's because someone's stealing the surplus value. Those are questions of moralistic fallacy, or going the other way around. And they're pretty common today, too, in academia. Finally, vision of moral nihilism. Moralism, there's no such thing as morality. Forget it all, there's nothing. I think that's an untenable position because humans die without this, if they don't have an idea of what's good or what's better. Antonio Damasio had a patient once who had a brain damage and he couldn't decide what was better and what was worse. He couldn't do the basic work. He couldn't file because he couldn't decide what system, what would be the better way to file a document. He was totally lost. He was under total care. We need preferences, otherwise we die. And if we need preferences, we're defining already what is good and what isn't, or what do we think is better and what is not. So I think this is untenable. Well then, there's, I came up the wrong place. So what do we do? Here are some traditional ways people think of morality. These are basically the basis of moral arguments at different ages, so it's ontogeny. Young babies basically decide that what's good is what feels good, and what's bad is what feels bad, what's not, what gives nausea. It's a very direct kind of thing. It's good if I'm feeling good or not. When you get a little older, children will start to think that obedience is good. That's because obedience is going to affect what feels good or what doesn't feel good, because your parents are apt to hit you, and you realize that, and you start to obey them or whatever. In teenage years, when your social group gets a little larger, your social group is everything. I mean, you want to please your social group, and loyalty is the big thing. That comes in, that's how you decide what something is good or not. So good is loyal, and bad is disloyalty or treason. And not everybody reaches the final stage, but it'll come later. Principles, you start basing your morality on principles. I mentioned earlier the Lutheran idea of open morality. You have a basic principle, which we got as love God and do as you please. That was supposedly a Martin Luther statement. I don't know if it's true. But it's the idea that you have a principle behind that. And then you base moral decisions on that principle. The principles most likely used by people are justice and care. Today, liberty seems to be a big theme. You need freedom of religion, freedom to bear arms, freedom to do. That's become a big thing. That wasn't in the past. In terms of men and women, men seem to prefer the justice criteria, and women prefer the caring criteria for that. But I'm going to prefer the caring type of. The caring bit says that the law above all laws, I'm going to get to that, is love God and do but I would say is the law above all is maximize, this is my phrase, maximize in a sustainable way physical and mental well-being. There's some problems with that, but I'll get to that. But one thing that I think you find from this stuff is something that comes from Kant. Kant was very much a philosophical idealist, and he basically thought everybody knew the difference between right and wrong. And so if there's a child who was really brought up very badly, is beaten and starving, and he starts committing crimes, you can still punish the child because the child knows in his inner self what is right and wrong. We seem to have adopted that idea that people instinctively know what is right and wrong. This is found in our insanity plea. The idea is that only insane don't know what's right or wrong. And I think that's a crazy system, but that's what people believe, and it comes from Kant. And so that's just one big problem with this idealist viewpoint. I didn't mention that the evolution of moral thinking is by group size. This is also a phylogeny thing. Animals, pretty solitary, basically follow this rule, feels good, that's it. Animals a little more social. We have an alpha male, for example, and it's obedience to the alpha that's going to be good because it's going to affect that. And when you have coalitions among animals, then you start getting loyalty being important. And I think only humans is with a huge group, including all of humanity or whatever, you get into the bigger principles. To tie moral indignation with dominance hierarchies, I would just point out one thing. First, I'd point out that moral indignation is really a type of group threat. It says if it were a single threat, a single male, he'd say, you do this, you're bad, I'm going to beat you. So watch yourself. Moral indignation is a type of group threat. It says, I'm not going to beat you, but there's a whole group behind me, and they're going to this coalition is going to hit you. That's moral indignation. And the problem with moral indignation, it's not necessarily good. That's a problem with coalitions in general. I mean, you can be morally indignant, and this often happens, with awful reasons. I mean, you have the idea of uppity blacks. A lot of Southerners complain about uppity blacks. They don't know their place. The English upper class often claim that people are acting beyond their station. I once was seeing an Episcopalian hymn with the words, God gave every place his station in life and you should accept that. And they get really indignant if someone tries to act above their station. Now those are forms of indignation. They're basically threats, to someone who's not following what they think they ought to be, what ought to be the case. Now going back to this principle, there are some problems with it, and I recognize that. And these are some of the things I've suggested. I'm not going to go into the research suggestions. If you want to call some of these out to knock down, they're on the page. You can find them and use them. And they're experiments for social psychologists, basically on priming, and a couple of things for philosophers to show the limits of my principle there. First of all, who should be included when you say increase physical and mental well-being? I mean, what animals get included there? How long do fetuses get included? Whatever. Kant thought, well, it's important to use pain is a big thing and criterion. And Rachel thought that if you can project life into the future, that's a big factor to decide how much an animal or whatever is worthy of well-being, whatever. The other thing with this is how do you deal with inequalities? Not inequalities in wealth so much, but inequalities in well-being, in physical and mental well-being. John Rawls made a suggestion about a sort of lottery. Imagine when you're being born, you have different systems. You have to decide how much inequality you're going to accept in terms of well-being. And you don't know where you're going to end up in life. And how willing are you to risk being at the bottom to accept that much inequality is enough? That's John Rawls' answer to inequalities. And then there's a third one. I don't know if any philosophers ever talked about it. What do you do with incomplete knowledge? How do you know if something brings well-being or not? I mean, that's a big problem. That's a problem with the trolley car experiment that our psychiatrist friend was talking about yesterday. So these are a couple of problems for philosophers. They're research problems. I wasn't going to talk about them, but I didn't mention that. These slides aren't coming out. I don't know why. The next topic was on, I'm going to go back on the politics, the first topic. I'm not going to talk a whole lot about them, but I just wanted to mention there's obvious relationships between our political systems and dominance hierarchies among animals. Of course, the most obvious ones are postures. Here's a chimpanzee, angry, trying to make himself look big, ready to attack someone else. And here's George W. Bush, arms out, making himself look big, looking ahead, not worried about the others. Here's Vice President Cheney, showing himself subordinate to George W. Bush, his arms safely in front of him, his head down. And here's his father, ex-president George H. Bush, sort of in between. And we basically follow the primate physical expressions of dominance. And here's a couple of other examples. Here's a dominant male showing his teeth, ready to bite. And here's a submissive showing his teeth closed, not likely to bite at all, showing the other one is not going to bite. Here are humans, a dominant posture. And here's this fellow with, in my youth, we used to call that a shit-eating grin. Sorriso amarelo, acho que só fala em português, né? This is just a little expression of what leadership traits do people have. The first two columns are from my peer ratings and other things among the Mekonoti Indians that I did in 1966 and 67. And here are a column of studies from the United States from a handbook in leadership summarizing hundreds of studies on leadership traits. And I just wanted to show a few things to notice. First of all, notice that men's and women's hierarchies are very different among the Mekonoti. I couldn't put them together. I asked people, I just asked them a general question. Who do you follow? Whose speech do you follow? And they started naming, all of my informants started naming men. And they would just go on naming and naming and naming before turning to women. And I realized I had to separate them out. They forced me to separate men's hierarchies from women's hierarchies. There are two separate hierarchies going on here, and they're basically independent. Whereas in the United States, well, our hierarchies are combined. Here in this room, we have men and women in the same hierarchy. It's a very different kind of way of thinking about male and female status. First of all, in terms of what happens with these, you notice in both things that crude primate stuff comes out. Height, size, and aggressiveness are there. That's true, but they're not the only things. I would just point out a couple of differences between the Mecronorty, basically an egalitarian society in southern Para. Intelligence was a pretty important predictor of influence among them. You notice in the United States, these are rankings. The United States, they rank pretty low. Intelligence wasn't a very big thing. I think this is because intelligent people in our society talk to other intelligent people. They're scientists talking to other scientists. People who are intelligent, too intelligent, can't communicate with people. Whereas in the Mecronorty, they had no choice. They had to talk to everybody else. And the other thing I want to point out is geographical centrality. It's pretty unimportant among the Mecronorty. This was simply a question of who lives closer to the center, who's seen more often in the village. It was pretty low on the things that predict leadership. Whereas in the United States, it was much higher. There's like third rank. And of course, we see this all the time. Celebrities get elected. Ronald Reagan was an actor, and Arnold Schwarzenegger was an actor, and Donald Trump was a TV host. Geographic visibility is very important in our society, not in others. All right, now from here on in, I'm going to be talking about data that I picked up for this study. My pictures aren't coming out in this major pictures aren't coming out in this special. I don't know why. Damn. I don't like this. What's here? I'm sorry. I wanted to show a picture of what a cross-cultural correlation looks like. Maybe I'll find one. Maybe I'll be able to get one. What's happening here? Can you click on this one? Okay, here's what a cross-cultural correlation looks like. I don't know why these pictures weren't showing. It disappeared again. Here's a... I'm not so worried about what the correlation is about. I just want you to know what it looks like. So when I talk about a cross-cultural correlation, I'm talking about tables like this. Here, we're going to talk about this table later, but here you have internal warfare, very little internal warfare, and a lot of more internal warfare in the right column. In the rows, you have a homosexual system when you have only a gender stratified system, which means that ordinary males have sex with a culturally designated different male, a Bisha Buffy kind of thing. And down here, you have cultures where men typically, it's expected that men will engage in homosexual behavior. And you can see a correlation. These are the names of societies that follow these states. Here's in the upper left-hand corner. You have the Hierarchies, just to name some, the Gros Ventre, Casca, Sirio Noardi, some South American ones, Wolof, Zuni. And here, you notice that they cluster up in the upper left corner. You get a lot of societies up here, and you get a lot of societies down here, which basically means these are societies where you have internal war, but you also have homosexuality expected of most men. So there are a couple of societies you will recognize. The Zandi, maybe. You probably recognize the Yanomami, Tupinambara there. A few others. And this basically shows that there's a correlation here. You have internal warfare. We have a lot of internal warfare. You have ordinary men having sex with ordinary men. And where you don't have that, you don't have ordinary men having sex with ordinary men. So, that's what a correlation means. At this point, I just want you to understand that. So every time I talk about a cross-cultural correlation, I'm talking about tables that look like this. I'm not going to show the tables. I'm just going to point out the data. So it wasn't in the original. What is this? Ay, ay, ay. should be way up here. Honey, get me up. Get me further up. Get me up to the... Get me further, much further up. No, not on here. No, way up. No, up. Put me up, further up. Further up, a little bit, further up. Oh, here. Get me, when is going to bully? Just some cross-culture. When do leaders bully? That's a big problem these days. When to get what societies create tyrants? So this is your cross-cultural correlations. These numbers here are numbers from the Ethnographic Atlas. If you don't know what the Ethnographic Atlas is, it's a data bank. You can access it on the internet if you want to check all my data. These are pre-codes that ethnographers have gone through the literature on different societies, and they've coded them for different variables. And these are the variable numbers that are in the standard cross-cultural sample. So you can check me if you want to audit my results. So you found that despotic leaders these are basically definitions of things. They basically imply no checks on a leader's power. Leaders are removed only through rebellion. Leaders make independent authoritative decisions. That sort of these variables basically describe what we mean by despotic leadership. And what's most closely associated with that? It's war. War is endemic. There's a lot of inter-community warfare. External warfare is frequent. There are military organizations like age grades. Warfare decisions are taken by officials. Warfare begins by announcement. High casualty rates in war. War leaders can use force to back up decisions, and warfare is valued and enjoyed. Well, I don't know if that has much implications for threats of tyranny today, but basically what's happening here is pretty clear that people are scared, and they want quick action to protect themselves. And so they're willing to put up with the tyrant as long as you can get rid of the danger. And I think that's what's happening here. But there's also a thing called bullying by groups. It's not an individual tyrant, but a group can bully. And here are some recent studies. I called them demands for conformity versus more open societies. Actually, in the literature these days, they're called tight and close societies. I don't like that terminology. I think they're basically societies that demand conformity. These are some things that kind of define it. It's related to more prejudice toward ethnic, religious, and sexual minorities, and greater punishments for nonconformists. These are basically defining features. These correlations have been found cross nations. You compare different nations, you get a correlation. You compare different states within the United States, you get that same correlation. And you use the Ethnographic Atlas and you look for correlations among cultures, you get the same thing. I think it's rather incredible that three very different types of comparisons have come to the same conclusions. And what's related to this? What causes this demand for conformity? The big thing seems to be warfare, ecological threats, warfare, disease outbreaks, and resource scarcity. What's going on here? I think we need to think, here's some possibilities. These hasn't been tested, so here's something somebody might want to look at. Do these threats cause fear of trying anything new? If I step out of line, I might get killed, I might die. Or do they cause mistrust of others, and so require demonstrations of loyalty? Do they cause need for cooperation, to require common duties? Or there's an opposite trend. Maybe you don't want conformity if you're into innovation. Then you want to mix people together. So those are things to look at, questions about what makes a group demand conformity? Why did the Taliban, why are they so insistent on conformity? And it pretty much fits these things here. They don't have innovative industries. You might even find within different industries, for example, the diamond trade. That demands a lot of trust. You're transmitting a lot of very expensive things in your pocket or whatever. And basically it's run by Orthodox Jews in Antwerp and New York or whatever. And they can trust each other. They're a very close-knitting group. They demand conformity, clothes and meat and food and everything else. You've got to trust, they requires trust. Some research questions that someone might be interested in. You can look them up if you want to later. That was basically the only thing I'm going to talk about with the leadership. Sexuality. I want to talk about partnership, partner choice, rape, and homosexuality. I'm going to go rapidly over these. Women's professions, I don't think there's anything that surprises anybody here. related to dominance. I don't even know if I need to read these. These are so well known that women find physically dominant men more interesting for short term, but they prefer less dominant men for long-term mating. Women for socially dominant, high prestige men over physically dominant men. Women who fear crime are more likely to desire physically dominant males. Women prefer submissive roles in BDSM. Women are more dominant men. Women find more dominant men attractive, but not more dominant women. Men are more interested in women's looks and age than prestige. Men prefer a dominant role in BDSM. Men find more dominant men attractive, but not more dominant women. In healthier societies, it's a curious one, men think more feminine faces are pretty. What's going on here? Here's a graph, a cross-country graph. You find that in countries where you have, with the healthier countries, people want pretty women. And in less healthy countries, they're not so interested in women being so pretty. I think they've got more practical concerns going on there. And these are the data here. Czech Republic is up here. Huh. You can comment on that. One of the questions, Carol Ember found this, and this is a cross-cultural study, like the ones I was doing. You can find here there's a slight tendency for, we have a marked emphasis on men, high value of men being aggressive. You find that they prefer plump women. They have to be, the Yiddish word would be zaftig. You have to slightly shainius. And where they have a moderate emphasis or no emphasis, then you're more likely to want slimmer women. I think this has to do with fertility. I just looked at a couple things, too little data to really draw much conclusion, but when they want fewer children, they tend to prefer younger, slimmer women. When they want more children, they want fatter women. That's because very slim women have trouble getting pregnant. I remember when I was looking at one of the questions I asked them was, who's good looking? And the women surprised me because I would ask, and they all named, the prettiest woman in the village, this woman that I thought was tremendously fat. And I always remember her surrounded by these children in the front of her hut. She had a pretty face, I admit, but huge. And the woman that all the Westerners thought was pretty, slim, no, she's not interesting at all. She looks like a boy. So that sort of fits this scheme. Now rape. Rape, I'm going to do something I asked everyone to do. It's contrast different arguments. So I'm going to give a couple of different arguments. I think there are 3 different arguments or 4. Why some societies have more rape than others. The first argument is that men rape because they lack access to women. And let's see what happens here. Frequency of rape is not correlated with, it doesn't fit with ratio of men to women, doesn't correlate with a later age of marriage for males. It doesn't predict the percentage of men who are married polygynously. So rape doesn't have much to do with that. But rape is more common where you have a higher percentage of women married polygynously. This is possible because there are societies with very skewed sex ratios because of male mortality and warfare. And there are societies where old men marry young women and the younger men remain without women. A lot of men are hoarding a lot of the women. But it's a few men doing this. And the second argument, so this has a mild argument in favor, but I don't think it's really a lack of women. I'm going to say this is the only thing that might be considered supportive of that argument. The second argument is that men rape more where patriarchy, male social dominance, is stronger. But the frequency of rape is not correlated with most measures of women's power in society or with the value placed on women's lives. But it is more common where males do virtually no domestic work, where males have total say over their own work, where women contribute little to subsistence. I think something is going on here. These are societies where you have very different lives between men and women. Remember the Mekontia was saying, the hierarchies are very different, as if they're different species that live in different worlds. And I think this reflects that male hierarchies are pretty important because the men are living with other men most of the time, and those male hierarchies, those personal hierarchies come into play. So I think that's probably important here. Another argument is men rape more where there's more warfare and aggressiveness in general. And frequency is not associated with any of the variables related to war, but it is more common where males are tougher. Males are tougher. Tougher males are males where men are valued, or they value being aggressive, strong, and sexually potent, imbrochável in Brazilian terms. And rape is more common where males are tougher. The argument for rape is more common where women lack the protection of family. But it's not correlated with matral locality or uxoral locality, where women live near their relatives, so that doesn't very well explain rape. I mean, they get raped with or without relatives nearby. And it's not related to endogamy. Endogamy is where you marry people within your own village, and so you have relatives nearby. So that I would throw out that argument, and we're left with males being tough and the separation of men and females' lives. Oh, I should point something out that some people confuse. A lot of people are worried about gender-neutral languages. Kayapo is a gender-neutral language. There are no nouns, neither nouns nor pronouns have sex. There's no he, she, or it. There are no mulher or a cadeira, none of that. It's just cadeira, there's no sex. Some of the most gender-neutral languages on earth are not at all women's places where women have a lot of power. For example, one of the most gender-neutral languages on earth is Urdu, which is spoken in Pakistan. Oh, Chinese is pretty gender-neutral as well. It doesn't even have gender pronouns, as if you know Mandarin. Anyway. I'm going back. Next question I want to talk a lot more about, these are some of my studies, about male homosexuality. What's behind male homosexuality in evolution? How can you explain male homosexuality? And there are basically three arguments from evolutionary psychology. The first argument says the same gene that gives rise to homosexuality also makes homosexuals' female relatives more fecund. Fecund in English means fértil, and fértil in Portuguese. They switch those terms around. And in English, fertile means fecundo in Portuguese. It's really complicated. So, you know, but there's evidence for that. Yeah, there's some data on that. The second argument is that the genes that give rise to exclusive homosexuality, we're mostly worried about exclusive homosexuality. General homosexuality, no one's worried about that, having selection problems too much. But it's likely to have males are more likely to give help to their relatives. That's the second argument. And there's some argument, male homosexuals tend to help their relatives. That's true. Their nieces and nephews. The third one is my argument. It's basically that the genes that give rise to exclusive homosexuality make their male and female relatives more cooperative with each other because they show a willingness to yield in disputes. They're more submissive. This is going back to the hierarchy arguments, in disputes which give the kin group an advantage in raising children. That is, if you have a group of people who are willing to cooperate, who are willing to give in to others, they're willing to submit, that's all fine. If they don't, if you have a group that's very aggressive, they're going to kill each other. So they're not even going to get near reproduction. They're going to die before they reproduce. You might think, well, on the other hand, an exclusive homosexual isn't going to reproduce, but his relatives are. So you have to have a mixture. The two extremes aren't going to reproduce. Either being too aggressive, too dominant, or too submissive, you won't reproduce. But you need to have those mixture every generation. So every generation you're going to get some extremes and the two extremes. And so that explains that argument. I don't know why these things got out of sync. I'm disturbed by this. Oh, there are a couple things. No. Why is this coming up blank? No, those are... Oh, damn, I got lost again. I don't know what's happening. Some of these slides are coming up blank. Yeah. Well, the basic thing I want to get into, how well do all three explanations are okay with adaptation? They all have a reason why homosexual genes might get passed on through your relatives, kin selection there. But there's a difference in the way, I have to go back, way back, that's I don't know. What's this? I can't see. No, way much further back. No, down. An evolutionary explanation. Go down. The next one after this. No. Forget it. Well, I don't know what happened to the other slide. There was a slide showing that there's a problem with phylogeny explanation. It's not enough to say that something is adaptive. You have to say, where did it come from? I mean, you can't just create adaptation out of nothing. So you have to look at the primate. How did this evolve from something in primates? And the first thing that says that the female relatives of homosexuals are more fertile. I don't know of any evidence from that from primates or why that should be so. It's bizarre. In terms of phylogeny, I can't figure it out. The second explanation is, well, they help their relatives. Well, the only primates that I know where non-reproducing relatives primates help their reproducing relatives are the saguis and marmosets. I mean, but there's no homosexuality involved. They're pretty distant from humans. So and they don't practice homosexuality anyway. So I don't think doesn't go very far. But the third argument that talks about hierarchies, I think there's an explanation there. How did human cooperation begin? Start with solitary animals. What's the first form of communication with other animals? They mark their territories. That's communication, but there's the solitary animals. Evolution changes bit by bit. The second stage is maybe a dominant male thinks, well, it might be convenient to have let another male into my territory. After all, maybe a predator will attack him rather than me, at the very least. So it might be advantageous to let someone into my territory. But there's a condition. He has to recognize that this is my territory. And how does he do it? The same things he used to mark territory is now going to mark the submissive male. So you're going to have, you're going to make the submissive male pay homage. He's going to have to kiss ass. He's going to have to, you can piss him off if you want. You can, actually there's a primate that is a pushasako. I forget what the one is. They want literally pushasako. The other. The subordinate does those kinds of things to show homage to the alpha male to make it clear that he's accepting his role as a submissive within this group. When there's a little more cooperation, it may be convenient for the alpha male, the top male, to say, well, I don't want you to leave, so I'll give in every now and then. So we'll cooperate a little bit, and we'll change roles. We'll switch roles every now and then. And of course, that's just an expansion of what happens with baby or young primates. I mean, they play adult activities, so they're going to play with dominance and submissive behaviors, and we change them. And if this continues into old age, if this continues into old age, then you've got homosexual. I'm way behind. The other thing that I think is important is that this homosexual argument works much better for the cross-cultural studies. And the basic argument is homosexuality has to do with cooperation. Where do you need the most cooperation among males is where you have internal warfare. Internal warfare means you're fighting with people who speak the same language. How do you guarantee their loyalty? You have to have something a little more than just the language. And that's where you get this famous system called the master-apprentice relationships. This is common in a lot of cultures, a lot more than people think. Where you're the Greeks are the best known. An older male will take on a younger male as an apprentice, and there'll be sexual relations involved, and then the younger male will graduate into an older male, and he'll have sex with a younger male, and they're called boy wives among the Azandi in Sudan. This situation is common all over the world. You might think it's pretty rare. New Guinea is full of societies that would have this system, and they're extraordinarily similar. That's why I think, I'm not taking things so far out of context. It's just the story. They're too similar to be chance. In the New World, I know that at least the Maya have this system and a few others. So it's a fairly common system. And it's most common So I just wonder, in cross-culture terms, I'm looking at societies where non-differentiated males, heterosexuals, have sex with other non-differentiated males. There are several reasons. There's war and prison rapes, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. It's also very common in modern warfare. I saw recently that in Congo, they're complaining about male rape for the enemies. The comment about male rape is very common in Bosnia, even today. It's in the Congo. It's fairly common in war. It's not publicized too much, but it happens a lot. It's a way to humiliate your enemy. There are systems with catamites where you have young boys kept as sexual partners for wealthy sultans or whatever. And then you have war buddies like Achilles and Patroclus, or Jonathan and David in the Bible, or the very first literature, Gilgamesh, the myth of Gilgamesh, which had sex with Enkidu, and they formed an alliance. The second system I want to distinguish in is when non-differentiated males, ordinary males, have sex with culturally distinguished homosexuals. Bicha bofe in Portuguese. I mean, the bofe is not homosexual, but the bicha is. The active one is not considered homosexual. And that's probably cross-culture the most common. The third system is a gay system, which we have today, which is it's only very recent. That's when distinguished homosexuals who are distinguished from other males have sex with other homosexuals who are distinguished from other males. That's the modern system. What caused that? The first, I just explained this cross-culture core. Internal warfare is related to with all males are expected to have homosexual relationships. Whereas these other sides I put up here often have the bicha bofe system. That's just to compare. In the anthropological record, we don't get much in the way of gay systems, because they're pre-industrial societies. They're not found. So here's studies from Fernando, did studies on homosexual behavior among heterosexual men in favelas in Florianópolis, Istanbul, and Bangkok. And what he found here was, I'm going to go to the second table, what kinds of loyalty is needed other than warfare. And the big thing is, you got to know the right people. So he had a question on his question. How much do you agree that knowing the right person is more important than having a good curriculum? And people who agreed with that statement, that shows that it's a patron-client relationship, you need loyalties to your group. Those people are those males, heterosexually identified males, who had homosexual behaviors were more likely to agree that it's important to know someone. Those heterosexual males who disagreed with that statement had no homosexual behaviors. So that's basically a difference between a gay system and a bicha bofe system. There's some suggestions. My basic suggestion, which I'd love for someone to do to clinch my argument there, is to find out if people with male homosexual siblings are less dominating than people with no homosexual siblings. That's I think, would sort of clinch the argument that it's that dominance in submissive behavior in your relatives that's going to make you cooperate more. The fast thing I'm going to do with, I'm going to be religion. I think religion is also a question of dominance hierarchies for a reason that, I'm going to have to jump stuff. We construct our abstract concepts based on very concrete ones. This was drawn to my attention when I learned German, and the etymologies were so clear. I just gave one example. Abhängen is to depend on. It means to hang on. Which I guess you can actually say in English, but I didn't really know that. It's a concrete concept. It's being used for, I go to an abstract, and they come later. And that's how we build up our abstract concepts. Well, our systems of power these days are abstract. I mean, in a simple society, you have an alpha male, you can see, you can feel, they'll beat you, you can smell. I mean, it's very concrete. But in our society's power relationships are very abstract. They're far away. So is there any evidence that these power structures are what being represented as what? As your gods. That's what the gods are representing, these power structures. That's our abstract way of deciding what our gods are going to be like. And Swanson, I think a very underestimated sociologist, did some wonderful correlations in cross-culture, and he found that just a couple of things. High gods represent central powers in systems with many political levels. That if you have, say, the village and the tribe, and then a larger being, maybe in Brazil you would have Nossa Senhora do Bonfim in Bahia, then you'd have Parecida, would be a god for representing Brazil, and you would have God, the all-powerful, might be the United Nations. You have these different levels of supernatural beings that correspond to different levels of power in your relationship with it. Another correlation fund. Gods represent professions, where professions form political groups. Venus represents prostitute organizations. Mars represents warrior classes. Ancestor worship. Ancestor worship is what? You worship the ancestor who founded your lineage. That's your worship thing. And here's one. Does your God punish morality or doesn't he? And here that's mostly where judges punish your morality or they don't. So our image of God, or of the gods, parallels our images of power relationships within society. And I think that's a very important question. I'd love to see someone carry out more research. I had a student once, he was a psychoanalyst, and he thought, like Freud, that gods represented your parents. And I said, well, let's do a little study. Let's see if gods are more like, your relationship with your God is more like your relationship with power in society, or more like your relationship with your parents. Unfortunately, it didn't get very far. I think the sample was not varied enough. It was basically all girl students from a female university in Curitiba, all wealthy, all Catholic, and there just wasn't enough variation to be able to test that very well. So we didn't find anything. But I would really love to, if someone could do that sometime. Anyway, that's all. And I'm not going to talk about the research suggestions. They're there if you want something to knock down. And I hope I gave some new ideas to people, and that someone picks up on some of this research maybe. That's all I have to say.
Very interesting talk, Dennis. Thank you so much. We have time for a few questions really quickly. Has?
Hi. So I got really interested in that part when you said that there might be a correlation between dominance in personality and the taste for pornography. Ainda tá baixo? Can you hear me better now? Okay, so I was really interested in that part when you were saying about a possible correlation between the dominance as a trait of personality and the taste for pornography. And it was like a question, like, do people with more dominant personalities might prefer this kind of porn?
Okay, there's one thing I didn't mention here. There's one thing I didn't mention that I would have liked to talk about, and that's that people have found that homophobic men get more turned on to homosexual pornography than non-homophobic heterosexuals. And the argument they always give is a Freudian thing, that it's repressed homosexual and all that. Well, Fernandez data was showing there's nothing repressed about these guys who are having sex with the gays. So I question that. I think what's really happening is that these guys who are homophobic, I think there are lots of different kinds of homophobia here. I think what happens is they're actually turned on by the homosexuals as the dominants. So my suggestion for research is, if you run those same experiments, they use a penometer to see how much your penis gets erect when you watch pornography, I'll bet that these heterosexual males who are looking at homosexual porn, I bet the ones who are most, if you show them S&M porn, where it's very clear who's on top and who's on bottom, I'll bet they get turned on a lot more than by sort of lovey-dovey vanilla sex, let's say.
I see. The S&M was exactly where I was going to. I mean, as I study homosexual subcultures, there is one subculture which is specifically values the domination and submission practices in the sexual context. So I was wondering if the interest for this kind of erotic content, pornography whatsoever, could be more related to belonging to a certain group, which brings these characteristics to their own sexual practices, instead of only being. I mean, I think it could mean even more more than just a personality trait. I think it could be related to the topic of homosexual subcultures, which also interests a lot to my own research.
Okay, no, I did want to give the book to someone else. I'd like to make a distinction between what attracts people in homosexual relationships and homosexual identities, let's say. I think identities are very much a cultural thing. I mean, it's the culture. You may have a certain pattern of what excites you, what turns you on, but you're going to have to adapt to your culture. Remember how to live in this Darwinian world? You basically have to adapt. And if your culture has a role where you more or less fit in, that's the role you're going to take on. And so I think that these ideas of homosexual culture, they're the roles our society are giving us these days. And you basically find a place within the Lucci, I don't know how to say that in English, in the range of homosexual behaviors that are offered to you, homosexual identities. And I wrote this book, I wrote a couple of stories. One of my arguments, a short way of talking about my argument about homosexuality would be called, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." And why do the meek inherit the earth? Because they know how to cooperate. And I wrote a short story called "Blessed are the meek," and I put the same soul living in 3 different lives. Once was in Sparta, once was in a medieval monastery, and once was among the Tupinamba. And those meek persons had very different lives. There was all the same soul, basically, through different past lives or whatever. And what I was thinking about was how each one had to adopt to the roles that the society provided. And so I think that's something that anthropologists are missing out on. They're concentrating so much on identity that they've forgotten that there's something underlying that, there's something behind that that is pretty interesting, I think. And so I wrote those 3 stories just to give an example of how these work out. I mean, Sparta were the Greeks, of course, they had this master and apprentice relationship, but they also had submissive males. Greeks had submissive males. In the ancient Athens, for example, the submissive males were pretty well tolerated, but they couldn't vote. Of course, the Hieronymus and the Erastes relationship, the master-apprentice relationship, that was expected of pretty much all males. A father selected a friend or someone he trusted and said, "You're going to I want you to train my son." And that guy became the master, and he had sex with his son, and taught him lots of different things. And it was, of course, an honor for the Erastes, in this case, to have an Romanus who succeeded in sports and was good at singing and whatever else. But the other guy was your submissive male who was he was okay, but nothing special. But the desires, the attractiveness are the same. What changes is the roles that the society provides for.
Thank you.
Other questions? Very fast.
Okay, thank you. I would like to hear your thoughts on this phenomenon that you talked about, demand for conformity in groups and bullying, and the relationship with pathogen prevalence and disease risk infection in different aspects.
That was one of the ecological threats, yeah.
I was thinking about when we were more restricted in our protocols for COVID, there was a lot of group pressure for people to act on them and perform these protocols. So what do you hear on that? What are your thoughts?
Well, it fits the argument. It's one example, perhaps, but I think it's a lot. Evidently, it's a fairly large thing. If it works at cross-national level, at cross-state level, at cross-cultural level, there's something there. I look at Afghanistan. I mean, Afghanistan is super demanding of conformity, and it's also a country beset by warfare and disease and everything else, and you can sort of understand why they're terrified. And they're afraid to step out of the box. And it's very different from Silicon Valley, where you have to have diversity to create innovation. So I think that's a big topic. Where you need innovation, you need diversity. Where you're scared of threats, then you stay where you stay within bounds, because you could get killed if you step out of bounds. But it fits. Might be related to political.
to political conservative ideas like closing boundaries.
I think so too. Yeah. I think today in the world, violence has gone recently. It's over a long time. Violence has gone down, but in very recent years, there's been an increase in violence. And Brazil, for example, has a very big increase in violence. And of course, there's another thing. I didn't talk about violence here. There's a part on violence I didn't get to. Violence is related to insecure hierarchies, and we have that, and also related to not having state control, or prisons that don't have control over their prisons. And you get a lot of violence. If there are rules and they're very carefully followed, you don't get so much violence, and people follow the rule. But you have to have someone overhead. And of course, the threats, I think, are related to. You approve of tyranny. I mean, I've heard people say that they'd vote for Bolsonaro because of too much crime. I mean, it's pretty direct.
Yeah, it's related to that question. Do you think that's any differences between conservatism or liberal progressists concerning to threat to perception, perception to threat to conformity? Do you think that's any differences between liberals and conservatives in perception to threat, like conformity?
Threats to what? Infirmity?
Yeah, perception to threat and conformity to
conformity. Oh,
yeah.
I think so. I think people are more afraid of threats to their economic situation, to violence. I think they're. I would guess that this fits the general argument.
Okay, thank you so much, Dennis. It was an excellent talk. So we have lunch then and return after it, okay? Congratulations.
So I can say after
To announce Renata, she will be chair of this last symposium and she will present the speakers and the content. Go ahead.
Speak English. Hello, hello. My name is Renata. I'm a postdoctoral fellowship at the Institute of Psychology. Today I have the pleasure to present our symposium called Evolutionary Feminism. I would like to thank to the organizers for this kind invitation. And I will briefly make a self-description in order to improve diversity. So I am a white woman with long hair, long black hair. I'm wearing a white t-shirt, glasses, and behind me there is the auditorium of the School of Architecture and Urbanism at University of São Paulo. Okay. This symposium is composed of five now, female scientists from different backgrounds, which will present in the following order. The first presenter will be Dr. Amaral, that is here. Dr. Amaral is a senior full professor from the Institute of Physics at University of São Paulo. Her approach englobes kinematics, basic physics, comparative primatology, paleoanthropology, and she was the first woman to link human bipedalism and loss of body hair, and a lot of stuff that Leah will tell you afterwards. The second talk will be with assistant professor at the University of Santiago, Chile, Ana Maria Fernandez, that today will just give us a glimpse, or a glimpse actually in English, to introduce the talk of Marianne Fisher. Topics of interest of Ana Maria are mate choice and conformity, jealousy and romantic attachment, affectivity and emotions in interpersonal relationships. Now, Marianne Fisher, that is a professor at St. Mary's University. Her topics of interest are interpersonal relationships, female intrasexual competition, mating strategies, female attractiveness, and Marianne is a very important woman that is investigating the link between feminist approaches and evolutionary psychology. And come on, we have two more, that is me, Renata deFelipe. My topics of interest, my mainly topics of interest are maternal mental health, caregiver-infant relationship, and infant development, social, emotional, and motor infant development, actually. And my theoretical backgrounds are mainly, I will just cite two, evolutionary developmental psychology and developmental systems theory, and finally Dr. Lilian Luchesi, that her topics of interest are physiology of emotions in twins and social behavior, and her research englobes, let me see, animal behavior, human ethology, experimental psychology, and this is it. Okay, so now I will pass the voice for Dr. Amaral.
É assim, né? Ai, cadê o troço de virar? Ela não me deixou aqui. Aqui, ó. É. Põe tamanho grande. Tá. Não, só um tamanho só. Não quero dois. Não, um só. Eu não quero dois, quero um só. So, this title, Safe Caring of Heavy Infants Together with Hair Properties Explain Human Evolution. Não passou. Tentei, mas não foi. Tá, deixa aí. So, this is the title of a paper published in Frontiers this year in the Journal of Evolutionary Psychology. And it is a specific research topic, 150 years celebration of Darwin's book. And then they wrote specifically that biographical comments would be welcome. So here, I will not speak only about science. I will join science with life story. And my life story is facility in maths plus suffering as a woman. And so that's what I'm going to speak here. So I start with this nice picture of the book in Portuguese. And it is a bit broken because I have used it so much. So I say, I came in contact with Darwin's book on sexual selection by chance in 1975, while walking in the street where I then lived. I crossed the street exactly in front of a bookshop, where the book was exposed in the showcase, since it was published the year before in my language, Portuguese. I decided to buy it because I was recovering from a crisis which changed completely my life. And the subject fitted almost exactly in what I was looking for, even without knowing it. Não está passando. It was completely different than what I had learned at school, when only natural selection was mentioned in biology. I underlined all important points of Darwin's text over 700 pages. Striking for me were the evidence on animals, plus human skin, and sexually dimorphic vocalizations. The idea of aesthetic female choice was especially intriguing for me. And I read also in Portuguese, The Naked Ape. All these ideas about biological evolution were then mixed with studies of psychoanalysis, Freud and several authors, pedagogy, Piaget, and anthropology, Lévi-Strauss and Roger Bastide. Then I started to make a parallel, independent research in human evolution. And I have published papers in 89, 96, then I retired from physics, but published in 2008, and now 2022. So I will first mention something about my career as a physicist, so that you don't think that I'm just a crazy woman proposing crazy things. So born 41, high school in science and maths, 56, 58, very good in math, interested in chemistry and biology, but disliked to memorize. Physics seemed a miscellany of disconnected subjects. So I decided for bachelor and licentiate for secondary teachers, and I have done it from 59 to 62. And I chose physics to discover what was that, because it was meaningless for me. So in 62, here is my photo in graduation. At that time, it was like that. So in 62, in my last year, I moved from day to night courses at Maria Antônia, Fefe Cluspe, and I, at the same time, full-time scientific research with a fellowship, using neutrons in the nuclear reactor to study nuclear properties of rare earths. Project of interest to production of uranium. And made also the first course in computing given by IBM in Brazil. Next year, I got a full-time job in the reactor. And then I became responsible for a research project in rare earths, plus courses of specialization, theoretical nuclear physics, electronics, and reactor physics, and presented my paper in an international congress. Then I was sent to Sweden. Look how different I am already from the lady that made graduate. From April 64 to June 65, they have sent me with a fellowship from the International Atomic Energy Agency to work in a similar reactor in Stockholm, Sweden, to learn and bring research line back home. And the line, it was very complex, hydrogenous liquids with interest for reactors. My stay in Sweden defined my life. I felt anonymous. Finally, I looked equal to everybody. Here I was different from everybody. And free in the ambient. Nobody imagined that I was Brazilian. I learned to stand loneliness and to separate professional responsibility from personal life. So, July 65, I took holidays in Italy alone because I'm half-blood. My mother was daughter of Italians. August 65, returned to São Paulo, Brazil, turmoil. I will not even say how it was. 68, political change in university system. July 68, got married. September 68, my father died, terrible. June 69, master degree in nuclear science and technology at the Polytechnic of São Paulo. In 69, I started a PhD in molecular physics, phase transitions in a plastic crystal. In 72, I became pregnant in March, but I still wrote and finished my PhD thesis. My daughter was born December 72, 5 days after my thesis defense. Of course, next year, personal crisis due to maternity, decided to quit my full-time federal job. After some months at home, I started a part-time compromise at the new Institute of Physics. It was formed in 70. But marriage collapsed, and some months later, I did have a personal breakdown. And that was in 75 when I went across Darwin's book. So in August 76, I got tenure at the FUS because my daughter could go to the kindergarten. In 91, I became the first woman full professor of physics at USP. In 93, I succeeded in the creation of a new department of applied physics. In September 95, I could stand no longer. I asked for voluntary retirement, free from politics. So I started independent research in physics, chemistry, plus biophysics, plus research in human evolution focused in connection between infant caring and hair properties. And so now I'm going to make this timeline, and I will speak about it. It starts in 75. D0 is Darwin's zero book I read, and goes to 2022, and it is in proportion to the time. This first point, SSA, so I will start with what I did before retirement. SSA was my first article in Portuguese presented at a meeting of Lacan group in psychoanalysis. I presented and I decided that it was not possible to follow this route. It was impossible to arrive to humans following this route, so I decided to abandon human science, stay in exact science, that's my formation, but move to biology. So, in parallel with everything I did in physics, I studied animal communication, crossing with human communication. I studied sociosexual behavior of hominoids. I studied biological difference between animals and humans, and I studied heat transmission to analyze reasons for nakedness in women. Now, what I did after retirement as senior professor to reach this next P3 paper in 2008. I understood in detail reduction of body hairs in primates. I understand in detail mechanics of infant caring in primates, and I understand in detail erect position in humans. My drive was curiosity. I need to understand. I could just live and do nothing. The physicist would have adored that I would stop doing this crazy work. But discover by myself gives me intellectual pleasure. Not only men have that, I have it also. So here is my paper, One Global View. That's the Human Evolution Journal where I publish it. And here the reference. This paper is based in the discovery of Lucci, proving that bipedality was established 4 million years ago at the forest fringe under a vegetable diet. The complete text is available, and there I show a simple analysis on survival probabilities, where I show that body fat reduction brings bipedality as a necessary consequence before the conditions of total nakedness is attained. It was a crazy paper because it was just an explosion. And here I synthesize what 1,000 words could not explain. So you see in these slides that I have made, up the usual cladogram with locomotion based on males. You see there, you have this classic cladogram, million years of evolution, and then the species going out, the New World monkeys, Old World monkeys, gibbons, orangutan, gorillas, chimpanzees, and finally man upwards. Why is this like that? Why woman is like that? The man is like that. So my proposal is very simple, trivial, obvious. So my proposal since 89, what we have is reduction of body fat along millions of years, starting with the normal animal quadruped transporting the infant, and the next holding the infant with one hand, and finally getting up, and how it is today. So this is more or less obvious. But no man can accept it. They refuse even to discuss it. So my next paper was on nakedness, and I will not speak, I don't have time to enter in details. I made a lot of calculation, tables, everything. My conclusions were confirmed with discoveries of fossils in following years, and are integrated in accepted views of human evolution today. But of course, I saw it before everybody published, so they don't, and they start to mention me, slowly. Now I will explain a little what's the problem with hairs. Here is a line of relative hair density with size of primates. Data is Schultz from 31, but only in 81, Schwartz and Rosenblum could show that this is a basic law that all primates follow, but not us. We cannot be put in this law because we don't have hairs. But we can see all the monkeys there, and then the gibbon. It's very small together with the monkeys, then orangutan and gorilla, very big, very low, and chimpanzees already deviate because chimpanzees have less hairs proportionally. So now let's look a bit how these animals carry their children. So first, the arboreal primates. The monkey have tail, and you even see the tail of the infant rolling around the tail of the mother. And then you have gibbons, the very light and very hairy, and see how the mother holds the infant, carrying here, and then clinging but carrying the infant also. And then the big orangutan, very big, the poor mother, how she's hanging in the trees with the tree and holding an infant with the hand. And the male outside just looking, because it's very well established that with orangutan, only the female takes care of the children. And what's about the gorilla? And the gorilla, here there is a photo of the gorilla, and here the mathematical analysis I have made, basic mechanics from the first year. Safe infant carrying defined by inclination angle, theta, and friction coefficient, mi. The gorilla cannot get up, otherwise the infant goes down and dies. Nobody has ever, and then I looked to see the angles of the gorilla, and it is exactly explained by my theory. Then what about the chimpanzee? Here are drawings made from photos from Van Lawick Goodall. And the chimpanzee is not so big, and he can be both terrestrial and arboreal. And both gorilla and chimpanzee have three-pedal walk adopted with small infants. But for a few months, for the first 2 months, then finally the child can hold itself and they go to quadruped again. So my hypothesis, reduction of body hairs extended the length in time of three-pedal locomotion, initially of some months, to the point that it became more effective to adopt bipedalism. And I needed to do experiment because people refused to believe. So I got 3 pieces of skin with hairs, 200 centimeters each, and I will obtain it by Christine Berge personally. And then I made these 7 samples with a taxidermist that I paid privately. And so the skins are very easily decided. The gorilla is something, the gibbon is different, the orangutan is different. I made the samples with different areas to really be able to study. This, I made it myself. Simple measurements of friction coefficient to prove what I am proposing theoretically. So I measure the tangent of critical angle, and then very funny, depends on humidity, of course. Hair is used as hygrometer to measure humidity. So clearly, if you move the humidity in the ambient, the conditions for equilibrium are breakdown. Then I made a very simple experiment, putting weight to see how much a bunch of hairs could stand before going away from the skin of the mother. And a very defined result, 1 kilogram per centimeter square. Not possible to stand more. More is not physically possible. So now I enter in engineering stress-strain curves. So each hair I have put in this machine that measures the force down and then the elongation, the controlled displacement, and the stress is force per unit area. The strain is proportional to deformation, and that's the curve that every engineer knows. It is a stress-strain curve with a linear beginning that gives the Young modulus of elasticity, then goes to the plastic reason, and finally breaks. And so everybody knows this, but not anthropologists. So here I put the picture that everybody knows. Now, my paper was published a few months later than Whitcomb et al., Nature, 2007, showing the disadvantages of bipedality for pregnant females. So the center of mass of chimpanzees and humans. Changing the center of mass for the chimpanzee, no problem at all for a quadruped. Goes on without problem, but for a woman, not possible, because the center of mass implies that the woman goes down in front. She falls down. So it's necessary a lordosis made by women, and this they have shown that exists already in Lucci. So let us look a bit Lucci. We know already that from fossils that biped locomotion appeared millions of years before increase of the brain. So nothing related of specialized behavior of women can be connected with bipedalism. No connection. The fact is that the bone shows this angle between the leg and this upper place here. This here, this does not work. Let me see. So important that I will try to show. Does not hold. But it is this angle that assures that the center of gravity is going to fall in the feet, and then the woman does not fall down. My point is that pregnancy is a problem only in the 3 last months of pregnancy, and carrying infants lasts for years in all hominoid primates, so I needed to do experiments to prove it. But when the people don't want to understand, it's useless. You can make everything they don't even read. So my paper 3, really I enter in the mechanical analysis of everything. So here is the one hair, and all the mechanical parts are defined by the inner cortex, because there are molecular structures of keratin. This is very well defined. You don't need 1,000 measurements. It is already in the literature. But the equipment to measure these hair mechanical properties did not exist at physics. Nobody did it. So I went around and I found in IPT, the technological research at the campus. And I found the way to do it, and I went to do it. And these are my final very nice curves that I adore, of course. And they show very differences. The first is the human, from the hairs. A hair of my daughter I took as a sample. And then you see the gorilla, the gibbon, and the orangutan. And they are obviously different. I measured 10 just to have the official statistics done in biology. But it's just necessary to look, they are different. And then from the linear initial, I got the elastic limit, the slope of the curve is connected with the Young modulus through the hair cross-section. I measured everything. So now I will just show the results, because I'm not going to spend hours explaining. So this is a resume of everything. In the upper, you have Young modulus of elasticity as a function of hair diameter and elastic limit. And you see the evolution from gibbon to orangutan, and the next other line to gorillas. And down, I have the species geographic location. So you have gibbon going to orangutan in Asia, and down gorilla in Africa. And the Young modulus of elasticity is the same in Asia for the small gibbon and for the large orangutan, but it is much higher for gorilla. So this is a very clear result, absolutely no doubt. So my obvious conclusion, hair physical properties might have evolved correlated to the pressure of safe carrying of heavy infants at the change from arboreal to terrestrial locomotion. But there is a main ideological problem. The very strong resistance in the academy to the idea that bipedalism could be connected to a female problem. That means that it was not a male acquisition. Models are in fact developed from the point of view of the adult male individual. I focused instead the female perspective, including the connection with infants, which is of course the most important for reproduction and survival. I went a bit further. I analyzed the socio-sexual characteristics of all the hominoids, and I made this cladogram. So you have first old world monkeys, then you have a line that finally arrives after millions of years to chimpanzee, And then you have a line going to gibbons, other to orangutan, gorilla, and then woman. And then the obvious connections. Gibbons are monogamous. Orang and gorilla grow very much in size due obviously to sexual selection. But you have one single male. One male does not support the next one. And then comes the chimpanzee, promiscuous with male troops. And what's going on at this transition? I have put many points of interrogation and a star. I do have models for that, but I have no time to speak about that. But I repeat the proposal I made in my first paper. The proposed scenario for such changes is the transition from unimale to multi-male social structures among hominoidea. The problem is between males. The problem is not with women. Women must care about the children and the next generation. But males have problems between themselves. So now I finish again with the private, come back to my private life. Here's the dinner commemoration, 50 years graduation in physics at USP. In 2012, because we finished in 62, look, these nice pictures, plenty of women. I had the lucky to be a group, plenty of men. This dinner I organized myself. I was already retired. I would like to speak about this photo, but only in the discussion, because I have no time for anything any longer, and also no time to add last papers I did. I have only a final message. Resume, my way. I like what is easy for me, but I have always been attracted for what I don't know. Maths is good, but to solve practical problem is better. Relationship man-woman, secret with 1,000 faces, dynamics turn around the world. And then these two complementary symbols. And so I think that's all that I had to say now. Now, if you have some questions specific from my paper, I don't know if we have still a little bit time to answer, or only at the discussion, at the final discussion. Huh? So that's it. I thank you very much for inviting me.
Today.
Hello. Now we are going to listen to Ana Maria. It's a brief presentation, around 7 minutes. And after we will listen, we will have the pleasure to listen Marianne Fisher with a talk with around 25 minutes, I think. Okay?
Good afternoon, actually. Today, I had the honor of being part of this very important event, the fourth Brazilian meeting on evolution of human behavior. We have been together for almost 4 days, discussing our research mainly in Brazil, but also around the area, the region of Latin America, with many interesting international collaborations and everything, which is extremely relevant on the topic that is gathering us here today. So I would like to just say a few words about evolutionary psychology and basically to tell about very briefly about my trajectory, because to encourage everyone to follow the inspiration in this wonderful field of evolution of human behavior. So basically, I am right now, I have a PhD. I have a very unusual academic formation. I did my undergraduate at the University of Texas. Then I followed with a master's at the California State University in San Bernardino. And then I went back to my country, Chile, to do my PhD, and I did my postdoc back in Santa Barbara with Lida Cosmides. So it's a very diverse formation. And with that formation, I have to say that feminism, or the development of women in the academic field of evolution of human behavior, has been a fascinating path to follow. So I started doing research with Dr. Deb Singh in the ways to hibration, attractiveness, and how women and men, what they seek, what make them attractive, etc. And then from there, my interest went into differences that were being discovered back in the by the end of the 90s, the beginning of 2000, of the new century. So that was my main line of work. But when I arrived to do my master's at California State University, I had a deeper motivation, which was to study love from this perspective. So I can say after almost, 15 years of that, now I am studying love. How did this happen? Because I was fortunate enough, and I had the honor of meeting the wonderful women that are part of the society of evolution of human behavior, the International Society of Human Ethology, and of course, NIPS, which is a much younger society, but has promoted the work of women within the field, understanding maybe the needs of women, women diverse. I come from another country, and all this research is mainly done in North America and Europe. So I have to say that that's why I accepted this invitation. But then I thought, who is the person that mostly knows about female evolutionary psychology? And that's why actually you had invited her to attend this meeting, but she couldn't do it because she was doing most of her work as a woman she had personal issues, which are part of being a woman in academia, that didn't allow her to be here. So I was like, I have to go back to Santiago. I will be flying by the time you're listening to our talk. But, I asked Marianne Fisher to please talk about FEPS, the female evolutionary perspectives society, which is part of NIPS, to actually give a more elaborated, formal notion about what is the feminist role in the evolution, in the research on the evolution of human beings. So that will be the second part of this symposium presentation. Marianne will present what she prepared you all and for us to discuss. And I want to thank you very, very much for having me this week, for having us, all the women that were part of this meeting, and particularly Yarka, because Yaroslava Valentova is one of our most prominent researchers, who is a mother of two little kids, two little children, and she put together all this meeting wonderfully. So thank you very much. I wish you all a wonderful symposium, and we'll be talking. There's my email, there's Marianne's email, and we can plan whenever you want a short meeting. You can write, and we can continue talking a bit about this wonderful initiative that you're pulling together. Thank you very much, and I will see you very soon. And I will see you very soon. And I will see you very soon. And I will see you very soon.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my home in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada. Hi, everybody. Where it's probably a lot colder here than it is in Brazil. It's unfortunate that I couldn't be in Brazil personally, but I am overjoyed to have the opportunity to have a bit of a voice. And Ana Maria asked me if I would like to speak about the Feminist Evolutionary Perspective Society. And so I've thrown together something very quickly that she can share with you. So I'm going to review briefly some of the obstacles and the benefits of bridging a feminist perspective with evolutionary views of human behavior. And then I'm going to mention some of the work that we did as a society and how it was formed and what our missions are, and then mention some future directions. So the Feminist Evolutionary Perspective Society, I think we should begin there and then backtrack into why it was needed. It supports research that is one of three things. It's either informed by a female perspective, so it's really paying attention to the role that women have had, or some of the issues that are faced by women, or how women's evolution has proceeded, or really putting women as a focal point of research. Second, it considers research that directly investigates the active role of females, how females have been active during the course of human evolutionary history, for example. So instead of painting women as being the passive recipients of men's competition for mates, it's instead looking at the ways that women have engaged in active situations, or really being a pivotal part of human evolutionary history. And third, it includes research that studies gender in an evolutionary context, using scientific theory and methods, including, for example, a close examination into the way that research questions are formed, the bias that can go into even just making a hypothesis, or how research participants or subjects are selected for research studies. So it's really looking at all the potential sources of bias and trying to be either inclusive or at least drawing attention to the potential issues that have arisen. Now, I was one of the founding members of FEPS, and I formed it with my My co-chairs a long time ago now. We've written about that publicly, so you can contact me if you want, and I'll share that history with you. But we formed the Society out of frustration, and we were, I would say, as a group, fairly well read. And we were about, Bobby Lowe's work, Sarah Blaffer-Hurdy's work, Linda Mealy's research, Marlene Zook, all sorts of fantastic women that have been active within evolutionary psychology. And we were hearing talks repeatedly at conferences that painted women as being very passive. And our frustration led to something that became the society. We formed the Society over breakfast at the Northeastern Evolutionary Psychology meetings. And by lunchtime, we had 29 members and quickly grew thereafter. We have about 400 members. We meet once a year, and the meetings are treated as workshops. They occur right before NEEPS, so the Northeastern Evolutionary Psychology Society. We have about half a day. The way the meetings have been structured has changed greatly over the years. It used to be really about working groups who would sit down and we would share a central reading at first. Sometimes it was something like Hurdy's work or an article, and we would discuss it, and then we would break into groups based on interest, and then see if we can get any sort of research projects going. And that worked with, I'd say, minimal success at times. We've done other models more recently where we've had presentations, and I think one of our biggest accomplishments was that we are now part of the NEEPS regular conference program. We have one part of the conference dedicated to FEPS symposiums. So these are talks that are marked as being FEPS related. Anyone from NEEPS can submit, anyone from the general world can submit if they want to NEEPS, and they get to decide whether they want it to be considered as a FEPS talk or not, which means it goes into the symposium. The other thing is that FEPS has its own awards at the conference. So we have student awards for poster and talks, and we have faculty awards for poster and talks. The concern we have with those awards is we don't like the same people receiving them all the time. So there's an active attempt to make sure that those awards are given out completely based on merit, but at the same time taking into consideration that it's great to hear new voices. And so that's something that's always in the back of our mind. And it's also a bit of an issue trying to find people to chair those awards committees or to do the judging. So if you're thinking of going that route in the future, it's just a little bit of a hiccup where you have to figure out how you're going to make it work. But as I said, when we formed FEPS, it was really out of frustration. So we weren't alone. Within evolutionary psychology, there has been a growing dissatisfaction for how women have been shown to be in passive roles when it comes to essential survival and reproduction. And we weren't the first to say this. We will not be the last. But evolutionary psychology research has been misled due to assumptions of women as being very docile in mating, or generally neglected in topics such as mothering or female alliances or female aggression or physiology or intersexual competition, or just simply the role of women in human evolution at large. And I know that there's been pushback by the evolutionary psychology community saying, no, there's now a lot more work showing that women are active in mating, and that there's work now coming out on female friendships and alliances and cooperation. But that work is new and it's still in its infancy, but I'm grateful it's there. So I'm hoping that this is a shift we're seeing partly as a result of things like FEPS and initiatives that has led to. So we have to remember that I'm talking about when a society was formed a little while ago. So when these topics were examined, and even are examined today, they're often viewed in terms of how they affect women specifically rather than human evolution overall. And that's a real shift, right? That's a framework shift. So if you're studying women and the generalizations are still remaining about women, whereas people who study men and then they make the generalizations about everybody, that's going to lead to very different conclusions. There are at least two huge obstacles. Feminist perspectives typically, if you're talking feminism proper, as a ideology or a research field, it doesn't usually rely on the scientific method or the empirical model for testing hypotheses and so on. But I'm trying to back up the train a little bit and simply get into the more philosophical issues, and that is addressing the mixing of science with policy and the value of studying sex differences. And these have been very contentious in research that feminists have scrutinized, and then how evolutionary psychology relies on, especially things like sex differences. So I'll give you some examples of where evolutionary psychology is being picked apart. So other disciplines like anthropology left the so-called man-to-hunter model long ago. And in this model, this is Lee and DeVore in 1968, we're talking, quite a while ago, but the emphasis of this model was on how men hunt and the importance of hunting, and that this is a male trait that's responsible for major human milestones like bipedalism and encephalization of the brain. And anthropology, as I said, left it, but other fields like our own were much slower. And anthropologists examined data for comparative models, foraging societies, fossil evidence, material evidence, and they really found minimal support. And evolutionary psychology, every now and then you see in some version, man the hunter comes up, and it really is problematic. Linda Fettigan, 1986, wrote, "The ethnographic evidence of contemporary hunter-gatherers in tropical and subtropical zones supports the economic independence claimed by the women the gatherer model, and no ethnographic examples exist of sedentary women in foraging societies being provisioned by their husbands with plant foods." Yet there's still advocacy in evolutionary psychology. So we're seeing that, even though we don't have the evidence to support these older models, they're still being used, at least as lately as 1999. And we've written about this more recently, where we're seeing this still being used in 2020. So there's a problem. Another example is art and literature are sexually selected like a peacock's train, and traits have been selected for in males and characterize females in part only after selection of males have taken place. So modern evolutionary approaches like that, the work of Jeffrey Miller, continue with this belief. There's this propelling of the idea that art and musicality are selected for in males, but that for females it's really not all that important. And this is being used to explain major cognitive developments in human evolution based on the process of female choice for these traits in males. But in the arts, many of the sex differences that Miller and others rely on has to be partly due to lack of exposure, not necessarily lack of aptitude. We know that female painters, as one example, have very rarely been given the opportunity to have the training historically that male painters have had. So it's not that men are the only ones capable of producing these great works of art. It's that they've had often more access to the training that's necessary to produce those works of art. And I would go even further and say that there's more ability for them to get notoriety compared to women. These are generalizations, of course. There are many, many exceptions, but I think to feminists, when they read evolutionary psychology, it's very much an irritation when they see these generalizations come through, right? And they feel that there's no hope of an integration. So there's a need for change. Excuse me. Much of the scholarship pertaining to women in evolution has been about what happens to women, not how women actively influence and are fully a part of human evolution. So, for example, Don Simons in his 1979 book says female orgasm is a functionalist byproduct of male orgasm. We know that's not true now, but that model hung around for a very long time. Or early work on motherhood said that it was women's main role in evolutionary history, whereas more recent research shows that motherhood should be a center stage in human evolution. Sarah Hrdy's work has really, I think, turned the tide on that view, but it's been slow in terms of its receptivity. And, things like the infant-mother bond and how that has led to cooperation at a societal level, or the use of motherese and language, and how that has shaped humans' language over time. So it's really a slow shift. And in some ways, I get very frustrated that, it's 2022 and here I am still talking about these things that were raised by some of the Darwinian feminists much earlier, and here we are, So the first obstacle to integrating a feminist perspective with evolutionary psychology is this artificial distinction between what is and what ought to be. So, the goal is really to explain human psychology as it is. I fully agree with that, and try to look at how it's been shaped over vast spans of time. But the problem is that when we do that and try to do it in a vacuum, just talking about what it is, we have to acknowledge that those findings are going to be sometimes agreeable. Things are very docile, like humans have evolved a craving for sweets. But sometimes they lead to very politically loaded findings, like men have evolved a tendency to rape under certain conditions, according to Thornhill and Palmer's work. And when we leave those findings in a vacuum, we open the door to all sorts of criticisms and misunderstandings. So evolutionary psychology as a field has to be aware of the potential to polarize entire disciplines with their work. And we need to take that caution in clearly and carefully and consciously when we're presenting our research. And that includes policing the field from within by its own members, which I feel we've done quite poorly in the past. And I think we're doing slightly better now. But we have to allow for criticism. And I do think evolutionary psychology stands out from many disciplines because we do allow our members of the field at large to dissent. We see dissension in journals. There's room for people like myself who feel that women need to have more of an active voice, and that's being listened to some degree. I don't think other fields are as receptive, so I remain hopeful. And I do remain hopeful as well because I'm now seeing a turn where there's consideration about trying to take the is, so explaining a behavior, and then applying it to policy. So this recent integration of how, the is of evolutionary theory with the ought of policy, and that's being done by people like David Sloan Wilson with the Evolution Institute, which is a think tank that assists public policymakers in applying evolutionary research to improve policy issues such as childhood education and risky adolescent behavior. And I'm seeing more of that, although it's slow, I'm seeing more of that at play, at least within the United States. So another obstacle, the politicization of research on sex differences. So feminists look at how people are socialized to explain human behavior. So, what we would think of as the nurture debate. Evolutionary psychology looks at the way in which our minds and behavior have been shaped over time. You might argue that's sort of a nature side, although for us, it's never, genetics in a vacuum either. It's, genes with the environment. So there's an awareness of the environmental pressures that have caused these developments to occur. But there's a growing movement to unite these two. And it doesn't have to be, all about the more nature side of some environmental influence versus socialization. There's room for both. And I think if we start integrating both, we'll end up with more of a Tinbergian view, right? Because we'll have the proximate and the ultimate working together, which is the strongest paradigm possible. So scholars who address the female side of evolution, like Patricia Gowdy and Sarah Hrdy and Bobby Lowe and so on, these are sometimes called the Darwinian feminists. They've examined how a potentially male biased view of evolution has misshaped predictions and interpretations about human evolutionary processes. And there are many other examples. These are just some examples I had at my fingertips. And, by looking at things that are lopsided and trying to rebalance that, so going to older work and looking at it now from a new angle and a more integrative angle, we can get somewhere. So Hrdy, for example, looks at human competition versus cooperation, and she points out humans alone among the great apes will tolerate and help non-related individuals on a regular basis. So she has made a strong argument that our propensity to cooperate is deeply entwined with the need for multiple caregivers to invest in human offspring. So cooperative breeding has led to cooperation across groups, and this shift in thought is only possible when scholars examine and correct historical biases in evolutionary science. So where I'm at is I'm now at a point where I'm stepping back a bit and I'm trying to think about how we can look at women and the role women have had in human evolutionary history, tie it to my empirical background as a biologist and a psychologist, and try to come up with experiments that address that. And the topic of mothering is one that I think we need to really, really, I was going to say latch on to, but I guess that's not necessarily a good pun to say, but I think we have to explore it more. It's one of the most prevalent topics in evolutionary studies on women, but it's disheartening to see that's not more discussed. Human survival depends on the strategies that women employ for mothering. Women are faced with a multitude of decisions when they're mothers, whether or not to invest in a child, who they should have a child with, who they should align themselves with for support, who they must compete against in order to acquire a good mate, what their gametes might be doing to ensure fertilization, all those things at every level, whether we're talking at a gametic level, so biology, all the way up to looking at a social systems model. There's room to look at mothering, and that's only one of the many things that women do. So bridging evolutionary psychology and feminist thought, I think, is extremely productive. It doesn't mean it's going to go well, and it doesn't mean it's going to 100% line up. I don't think there's any harm in admitting when it doesn't work, but the benefit of doing that, even if it fails, is it opens up new lines of inquiry. And it's really necessary to start to correct past assumptions to better understand human behavior. We cannot keep growing our field using models that are flawed. We need to start looking at those models, critiquing them, shaping them to better reflect where we're at now, and then continue. And I don't think this can be overlooked. From what I hear in interviews I do and talking with people that are members of all the various societies, there's a growing discontent from within evolutionary psychology. And I'd say that discontent is from younger scholars. I'm hearing a lot of graduate students and just recent postgraduates talking about how they feel disenchanted with a very stifling view of, say, sex and gender and sexual orientation. They want something that's more multidisciplinary. They want something that's more inclusive, more intersectionist, and we can do that. So the Feminist Evolutionary Perspective Society used to be called Feminist Evolutionary Psychology Society. We were all about initially trying to get the word out. And I think this is where we really gained momentum. We, we did special issues of journals. So we did a couple of them, actually, Journal of Social Evolutionary Cultural Society, Psychology. We did a more recent one for Evolutionary Behavioral Science. We actually did an edited book, and it wasn't just FEPS members. We formed it within FEPS, and then we went wide, and that's Evolution's Impress, Darwinian Perspectives on the Nature of Women. A fantastic read, if I do say so myself. But the reason I bring this up is I think if there is a way to go forward with momentum, is to have a common goal. And I don't represent FEPS now. I'm not the co-chair. I'm just a member. My life has shifted with children and looking after my family and my mother and so on. So I'm just a member. But what I can say is that by having a goal of trying to come together and share a collective knowledge with the scientific literature, I think it gets heard. And so I would deeply encourage you to think of a way that you can make a proceedings issue that is feminist in tone, for example, as a starting point, or see if you can get a journal that will do a special issue and then put the call out to everybody. But your core members are the people that are helping with the selection process or serving as guest editors or things like that. So I don't know if that helps. Books are also a great thing. You know, Oxford University Press is a fantastic publisher. There are many other great publishers as well, but I think you need a product. I think you need something that represents you at the end to show where you're at right now and then go forward from there. So thank you for this opportunity. I'm sorry I went a little bit long. I get very excited about these things. I'm happy to talk further. My email address is here for you. And good luck. I wish you all the very best. Goodbye. Hi, everybody. Welcome to my home.
conclude our symposium with one presentation divided by two, me and Lilian. This presentation will be divided into 4 parts. In the first one, I will talk about sexism and science and evolutionary psychology. In the second, I will briefly talk about the Northeastern evolutionary psychology, FEPS. Afterwards, in the third part, I will talk about the Maria Emilia Revolutionist Collective, or Coletivo Maria Emilia de Mulheres Revolucionistas, which sounds much better in Portuguese. And in the fourth part, we will talk about the products and tools to face obstacles. Well, actually, Marianne Fisher talked about FEPS. FEPS was created around 2009, and I will back a little bit on history. So, women generally, actually, we are living in a patriarchal society, actually. So science appears as a male profession. This is obvious, but I have to highlight. So as women were forbidden to study and were restricted to the domestic sphere, I don't know how to handle all this stuff. Melhor. Let me see. So when women beginning to enter into universities, until when women were there, they were a lot of resistance. You can go doing all the clicks. Yes, another one. There is a well-known effect that was coined by Margaret Rossiter, the Matilda effect, that is a social effect that explains that which not recognize the scientific woman, academic work of women, attributing it to their male colleagues. A classic example, of course, you may know, is the Rosalind Franklin. Rosalind Franklin was a chemist and an X-ray crystallographer. She died at 37 years old and received no recognition for her discovery on the DNA structure. And of course, who gained the Nobel Prize? Their male colleagues called Francis Crick and James Watson, and after her boss, also Maurice Wilkins. Pode ir pro próximo. Ah, tá. Okay. Just remembering... Ai, peraí que eu me perdi. Peraí, tô perdida. I'm nervous. Okay, let's talk about a little bit sexism in Darwin's writings. In 1891, Darwin published The Descent of Man and the Selection in Relation to Sex. This is a very important book of Darwin's, and despite of that, it was full of gender stereotypes that shaped Darwin as a scientist in that time in Victorian England. And as example, Darwin wrote that men were superior in intelligence and creativity, and that women had superior moral qualities than men. So you can think, but was Darwin, we cannot analyze this kind of thing in 2020 or 2022, but Caroline Kennard was an American suffragist that when read The Descent of Man, she decided to, on that time, they communicated by letters, not from WhatsApp. So in December 1881, Caroline Kennard wrote to Darwin asking him about his position on female inferiority. In January 1882, Darwin replied to her saying that in native cultures there was gender equality and women could be the heads of their households, but this could cause some damage to the domestic sphere. Also, in January 1882, Caroline Kennard was not satisfied with Darwin's quote, and she said that actually women do not have the same educational environment and opportunities to develop the same intellectual abilities as men, actually. And Darwin, as a white rich man, different from Wallace actually, ignored that women from the lower classes and other societies have always been as fundamental as men to support their homes. And Darwin ended up ghosting Caroline Kennard. Do you know what is ghosting? So he did this. Pode ir para a próxima. This is a letter published in 2013 by Tammy Meredith from St. Mary's University, the same university as Marianne Fisher. And Tammy said that evolutionary psychology is dominated by men who represent a higher number of authors, and they are very concentrated in the first authorships, as you may know. One consequence of this prevalence of male bias in evolutionary psychology is that these men use their male perspectives, you guys that are here today, interpreting and presenting the results and choosing the topics that we are talking about in evolutionary psychology. Another consequence is that topics related to males are seen as more general, while those topics related to females are seen as more specialized or applied. And finally, women in the field have not been recognized as influential scholars as men, highlighting the need of feminists' approaches to ensure that women's ideas, views, and interpretations to be heard. Pode passar. This is another paper published by Rebecca Burke. It's from 2020. I like the title. That is More Than Just a Pretty Face, The Overlooked Contributions of Women in Evolutionary Psychology Textbooks. I don't know, but I like to give exercise. Think about your bibliography which you used to give to your students, and try to how can I say, tirar? Take off the books or written by males and see what stands in your, how can I say, estante? Huh? Bookshelf. Estante in Portuguese, because it's important that you learn a little bit Portuguese also. Okay, so Rebecca, as an evolutionary feminist who claims that the most textbooks in evolutionary psychology discuss mostly about female attractiveness in detail. Come on, guys, are enough. and they omit some topics like female creativity and intelligence, overemphasize men as providers of their households, and neglect a major part of some female life cycle, like they omit sometimes older women, and they omit sometimes children active role, for instance, neglecting also development, infant development sometimes. Pode passar. Well, here, actually, Marianne Fisher already said about the Northeastern Evolutionary Psychology Society, but I don't know if you know NEPS. So I just like to highlight that this society was funded by Glenn Glaher in 1929, if I'm not wrong. And as Marianne Fisher said, they are always doing annual meetings. And as Marianne Fisher said, in the reunion, the meeting in 2029, they was there and they noticed that the majority of the posters and the presentations was about female attractiveness and reproductive value. And just a minority of the papers or the presentations was about motherhood, active female role on partner choice, and ancestral diet. But I would like to highlight that, as Marianne Fisher already said, that before the FEPS, there were a lot of women called Darwinian feminists, represented here by Sarah Hardy, Barbara Smuts. They are a great primatologists that are saying since, I don't know, 1970s about the active female role, that females are not coy, guys. Actually, they studied a lot of primate species like langurs, Barbary macaques, and they saw a great variety of sexuality. So we cannot talk about, nowadays, still talking about female to be very passive or coy. So it's Lillian time.
Oh, okay, it's my time. I thought that it was Renata's time, but okay. So again, to improve, I really love that. This time I wrote. Actually, Renata wrote for us, because the first 2 minutes for my brain to turn in English. So to improve inclusion, I will describe myself. I am a white woman with short blonde hair. I'm wearing black glasses, a red t-shirt, and a black coat. So here we are, like Renata said, it's 2022. So until now, we have this sexist postures. So here we have 2 men that works in STEM, and both men say that women is a problem. We are a problem to research because we distract them. Sorry guys if we are so interesting. But we have this great documentary called Picture a Scientist that was from 2020. And in this documentary, we have a lot of girls, scientists, women that tell us their stories about harassment in academic. So we have someone that is related to those guys that won a prize from a discovery of a woman related to DNA structure. So there we can see a former student told for us this event. And we're still looking parity in science, actually 1 in each 5 countries until today, nowadays, achieved gender parity. So we have a lot of work to do. And from this moment, always that is possible, we will present our slides in Portuguese and English, always thinking in diversity. Okay, próximo. Just here, in the last 5 decades, only 11% of science women won the 50 most prestigious award. Just an example, Donna Strickland, that won the Nobel Prize in 2018, after 55 years since Marie Curie and Maria Cooper-Meyer won the prize. Próximo. And now our collective. So you know about all these scenarios. So let's go back to 2019, and we were. I was not there actually, neither Renata, but our colleagues Fietka Rodrigues and Melina Vax, both evolutionary psychology.
I was prohibited by my female boss on that time, just remember.
They were on, qual que era no HBS, né? They were on HBS, the third, this event, the third Brazilian meeting, thank you. And they were in this mine course or short course, female empowerment in science. Then it starts our collective. And this was based on their problems which evolutionary biased focus. Okay, próximo. So here, that they told us our name was chosen to honor Dr. Maria Emilia Yamamoto, one of our most important research in Brazil in the field. She was and still is a role model for us as a female scientist, always been open to new ideas and ready to receive everyone interested in learning about human evolution. We, as a group, hope to honor her name, and as good primates, hopes to follow our cooperative female leader, welcoming every woman here to participate in the collective. It was told in 2019, and now we are told you are welcome to be part of our collective. So we are? We are nowadays about 40 women scientists, professors, students, researchers, not only in the academia. Now Melina, for example, is in the market and she's there acting like a feminist MP. And we have 2 main axes to question sexist bias and to provide empowerment to women in science. So here are our 2 axes and some of our activities. So discuss active role of women on evolution, re-examine previous findings, search for underrepresented topics, and to improve diversity within evolutionary psychology. And in our extension activities, we support the production and dissemination in science. We use Instagram, Twitter, and events, participation, like the short course that Renata gave us on Monday. We have to discuss sexist bias in science. We had a study group that was made during the pandemic with girls from all of the country, and make international materials and events accessible to Brazilian Portuguese. So now we are translating a book from a woman that works with evolutionary psychology, and we did some interventions in academic contests. Here, not Space Kids. We are just, you know, that in Portuguese, we talk Espaço Kids, that place to kids to stay. Here, in this, we thought, and we asked for the financial support to give us money to allow mothers to come to our meeting, and we didn't receive it. We asked it. We want a space for kids. We want someone to take care of the kids. So mothers, maybe even fathers, why not, could be here. And we did not receive this money. So, okay, próximo slide. And just one more example. Okay, I try to fast. We had here at USP a prize, and among a lot of scientists that were running, all of them who won the prize was, or better, were men. All of them were men. And when we asked about how many men and how many women were running, we again received a ghosting. Ghosting is not Tinder novelty, okay? So just to show one more reason why we need to do this. Women, until 2019, could not do the spacewalk because there was no clothes. There was no suit for them. Just in 2019, they thought, oh, maybe this heavy suit is not good for a girl. That actually is a scientist, and that actually is an astronaut inside the rocket. But she can go out because she can't wear that suit. Really good, no? So, but you may think what we can do. We can do a lot of things, and we are doing. I can assure that we are doing, or at least we are trying to do. So, pass to the next one. If you know, I don't know if you know, that is a movement called All Male Panel that could help you to point panels that are made only by men. So it's just you put this hashtag on Twitter, on your social media, and we will gather to change this. So here we had two examples, real examples for men's panel in Brazil last year. And what we are doing, again, okay, 3 minutes. We're improving female visibility. And here just a topic to know. We, as a collective, we started to put scientists, women, in Wikipedia. A professor from a federal university that is our colleague, he started with her students to put this. And every time that she put women in Wikipedia, they followed the women text. Every time someone did that told that it wasn't spun, it was not true, and we can't put any, not just one, all names that we put on Wikipedia were crashed. Yes, she told us in one of our meetings. And here, just an example that one of our speakers that were working with feminine touch in evolutionary theory. Pode passar que eu tenho que correr. Here, Yarka and colleagues working under representation of women in Brazilian science. Next one. Ebook to get together women that do science and to call out on other girls to do science. And we have some support in action, this parenting science movement, and now we have the inclusion of maternity license to our curriculums. And now just here, some awards just for girls, we also have in Brazil, and another financial support and grants here in Brazil too. And I think that the last one is we have an Instagram that you are invited to see. This is the last one. Please don't put the time over for me. And please follow us. Feel free to talk to us, to bring us any issues that you have. So thank you for everyone.
So guys, now it's time for discussion. And what do you prefer? To go to the table? Are you going to the table? Or? Okay. Okay.
Yes, I think that we could stay here.
Yes. É, eu acho. Uma foto. Lilian, posso agradecer que a gente não agradeceu a ninguém? Okay, so I just want to thank for a lot of people, beginning with the fourth Brazilian meeting of HBS, Marco, Yarka, and all the staff. We would like to thank also our fundings that are very small ones, but they made us keep on going on science here in Brazil. That is very tough and difficult, especially nowadays. And of course, I would like to thank to FEPS, that I am a member nowadays, NEPS, and all these incredible women that make the collective with us.
So, any questions?
Hi, so I'd just like to thank you all for such an inspiring talks, each one of the talks. And it was such an honor to see all your work and dedication, Dr. Amaral. So thank you all so much for just opening paths for us to be women in science today. And I would also like to know more about the dinner that Dr. Amaral has organized, and she said that she wanted to talk more about in the discussion, so that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, but the photo is there, so I don't know if somebody can put it. It was the one before the last. one before the last you can put. So our group in the physics was a very uncommon group, because usually the physics at that time, not many students, and even less women. So the year before us was less than 10 students and 2 women, and the year after us, again, it was 10 and 1 woman too. But our year was tremendous, because we entered more than 20 and over 10 girls. One of my colleagues usually to say that it was a Sputnik event, because the Sputnik went in orbit exactly in the 59 when we entered. And then it became very fashionable. Everybody thought the physics would solve the problems of mankind. And so many women from middle classes decided to study physics. And the men, they were very good the year before and the year later. In our group, the men did not appear so much. And it's not that they are bad, but the women are exceptional. So it was a very funny group. And so during faculty, I did not feel that there was a prejudice against women, because, I mean, I was 20 years old, and of course we were much more worried with parties and boyfriends and so on. We were not so much engaged in this problem. So for us it was natural that there were plenty of men, but we are very happy there. So when you look this picture, you see I am the red, with the red blouse, a bit more to the left, and I will tell you about who is who. At my side, it is Ana Maria Pessoa de Carvalho. She became the main woman to be at the Faculty of Education and to be the full professor in physics at the Faculty of Education and became director there. So she was my colleague the whole time long. Then if you go to the next, I'm here, then you come to the last one, a very nice, smiling lady. She was the first woman to become full professor in engineering in Unicamp. So she was together with me all the years, and she also started with me at the reactor. I was doing nuclear physics, and she was doing electronics. But then her boyfriend was also in electronics. They got married. They moved to Campinas. And then she became first woman, and she was engaged with liquid crystal displays. Until today, she's very active. So it's interesting because the women, they did not follow exactly the academic career in physics, because I left the Institute of Physics and I went to the reactor. So I really made my career at the reactor in nuclear physics, but a lot of chemistry also. It was not just physics. And then the other went to education, was not strictly physics. And the other went to engineering. And then the second, at the side of the happy girl, Dagmar, she went to Rio de Janeiro, and she was very important in nuclear energy. She got a very good position there also. Now, this girl at the middle, that is the happiest one, she never worked in physics. She just got married, and since it was an event, 50 years together, she was very happy to join us. But she's really the more happy of all, huh? Because the life of those that fought with the academic, and then there is a point, most of them were married with academics, so they had help. That was not my case. So I suffered the problem of competition with men. I was the only one that has never had a strong connection with the research by men. I had connection with very strong men and very powerful men, and they helped me because they were interested in helping me. But my studies, it was never their idea. I have always followed my own ideas, and that's why I am not in the group of women physicists in Brazil. If you look to any of these books, I don't exist. I don't exist because all the women in physics are connected to men. And the whole politics goes against the person that does not follow. You know, all men follow a masculine tradition. So it is one powerful professor, then you have the students, and then the best students become also powerful. And so you have a genealogy of people in science, males. And then the females, they join these groups, and then they get the power from the men. And it was not my case. My only inspiration was my father, and he was not a physicist. And so I'm very happy with my career, but I had never had real recognition. Today, by coincidence, at the Physics Institute, one of the men that was the whole time long with me, I say that he was my friend and enemy, because we have been together for 50 years, and we are friends and enemies, because the power is with him. And now he's having a very big homage of 80 years old. And instead, I'm here. I did not even go there, because I'm happy with what I did, and I know that what I did, nobody else could do. That's all.
Someone else would like to discuss or?
Hello, I want to thank you for your presentations and for talking. It was very powerful to listen to. And I think that if we had more young students here, both women and male and men, they could be in some way inspired by what you have said. I wish my own students were here, because I think that's really moving, and I think it's inspirational. And it's something that we really have to talk to with the students, because if you don't encourage them, especially the women, we cannot have this transformation going on in the next generation. So I think that's really important, and I want to thank you all for this.
I just want to thank you for sharing your personal and also scientific experience. It was actually a very interesting part of this whole meeting, and I think it was really good to do it in the end, right? That's the right point after all that we have heard over here, and it is really important to try to be more inclusive and think about not only like different kinds of scientists in our own field,
but also about really reshaping or rethinking methods and hypotheses and theoretical backgrounds, and also interpretation of our own data, because sometimes, of course, different people interpret the same data in different ways, so it's actually good to have diversity among researchers. So thank you very much for sharing your experience and your thoughts, and it was very important. Thank you very much.
This is it?
Do you want to, so I think that we are actually coming to the end of the whole meeting. So do you have something else to add, or that you have forgotten, or that is important that you would like to share? There is the last moment before we would do the final closing ceremony of the whole meeting.
Just join us. Join us on Twitter. We have a Twitter.
Microphone.
So please follow us on Twitter, on Instagram. We made a lot of lives during the pandemic. My gosh, and no one can deal anymore with lives, but we did to talk some specific topics about science. And actually, we translated Lilian talk a little bit about a very important masterpiece from Sarah Hardy called The Woman That Never Evolved from 1981. So we translated to Brazilian Portuguese because it's very important for us to make science democratic and accessible for all. And so, what? Hardy was with us. Actually, we wrote a preface. I think it's the right intonation in English. So we were very glad and honored. So maybe next year the book will be published by EduSP and Harvard University Press. So keep in touch. And I would like to just a comment. Actually, I would like to highlight that we have to amplify our samples, amplify our representativity of within evolutionary psychologists, not just collecting data with people from Global South, but also inviting us to write the papers because we have great ideas also. So, and of course, we need to pay attention in another sexual identities, sexual orientations, and we need to pay attention about indigenous people and try to do a decolonial psychology. Okay? This is it, I think. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So there will be the last coffee break out there. So join us for the last coffee and sandwich and whatever you like. And then we will have the last closing ceremony. But join us as well because we will be announcing the awards for the best student presentation. So maybe some of you even won something. So see you soon. In 20 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that.
So everybody is here, I hope. So we can start our last part of this meeting, which has been actually very pleasant and very important as a team building, right, of everybody who is working in the field of evolution and human behavior, for actualizing about new research, new studies, new ideas, new opinions. And we are really grateful for your presence. It's not only you who are over here, but we are trying to do, sometimes we are also delaying a little bit because we need to start the transmission online. So it is a little bit more difficult or different to do the hybrid form. And online, I have just received the numbers that during these last 3 or 4 days, we had 1,382 views of this meeting, which is quite a lot. Of course, it's views, right? So sometimes people just looked and went away. But I think it's actually a very good number, and it was only during these last days. So I think we have a potential to have all these registered and be viewed actually by many other researchers. And we wanted to. We were actually thinking about how to proceed, how to continue with these meetings, because this is the fourth meeting in the row, and so now we are thinking how should be the fifth one. So with the group of researchers well, Brazilian and also Latin American researchers who are interested in this area, we somehow agreed that we should do these meetings biennial, not annual. But we were thinking that probably 1 year might be meeting in person, while the other year the meeting would be online, so that people might attend actually from different parts of the world, and then the other year would be in person again. So next year we are planning, or the group is planning, I'm not planning anything anymore. The group is planning actively to work on it, and any help is actually appreciated. So who wants to be part of the organizing team is, of course, welcome for the online meeting, and also in 2 years from now for the in-person meeting. And I guess that I should just mention that we are also doing the first steps to initiate or to create the Latin American Society for Evolutionary Psychology, or evolutionary approach in psychology and studies in human mind and behavior. So I hope that soon we will have more information about the technical part, how to do that, and about memberships and all this. So I hope that everybody will be interested. Of course, it's gonna be the Latin American Society, but it will be open for anybody from the whole world. So thank you again very much for the attendance, and now we will go for the most funny part, right? Which is the awards, because we had several very interesting student presentations, oral presentations, and poster presentations. I have no idea who were actually the committees. Many of you probably here were evaluating these presentations, and I really don't know who is the winner. So, but Antonieta knows everything. So I will actually pass the microphone to her and to Marco, and they will be announcing the winners, who can come over here and earn the certificate.
Thank you, Yarka. Okay, so the first prize we are going to deliver for the undergraduate students, and that's for oral presentation.
So for undergraduate student oral presentation, Larissa Alves de Souza and colleagues. Won the title, oral presentation title, Girls Want More Than Fun, Women's Realization in Speed Dating.
Thank Now, we still are awarding oral presentations, but that's for master students.
So please come here, Beatriz Campos Codo, or someone who knows her, with the oral presentation titled Dopamine Behind Brain, Development and Behavior, an Evolutionary Perspective. Nobody? There is someone that knows her? I can't, no? Okay, so we're going to.
Okay, now for the best oral presentation of PhD student.
It goes to Caio Santos Alves da Silva and Yaroslava. Caio is not here, so Yarka has to receive the certificate.
That's so beautiful. I never won anything. But my students do, which is good. Okay.
I will complain with him later because he didn't stay to the final presentation. And now,
the best oral presentation for postdoctoral award.
It goes to Lilian Luchesi.
It's my first award too.
Yeah.
Just for us to make this clear, we had many different professors from different universities, right? And they were not the same every day, so we were really mixed in professors. And we had 3 evaluators for each oral presentation and 2 evaluators for each poster. And now we will go for poster section. So now the best poster, undergraduate student award.
Goes to João Francisco Góes Braga Taca. Ixi, Maria, João Francisco. Takainage. I can't say that.
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor. It's also my first prize, my first award, and I'd like to thank the lab group and Yarka, who's a wonderful supervisor.
Okay, so now we will have the best poster from a master student.
It goes to Leonardo César Silva Costa. I think he's not here, so Patrícia Yarka. Again. Is that your second today?
Exactly, the whole life nothing, and now they get two. That's so nice. Só não cair.
Esse é o último, né? So finally, we will have the best poster from a PhD student, the PhD Student Award.
And it goes to Lara Silveira. It goes to Silva. Fivia, guess the. She doesn't know, but okay. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the meeting, and I see you next year, like 2024.
So the last words before I die. So thank you again very much for this wonderful meeting. And my last words will go actually to the organizing team, because without them we wouldn't be able to do anything. So thanks to Antonieta and Marco, who were co-hosting this conference. And special thanks for everybody actually who was involved, to Timon, to Lilian, who did a really great job, to Christian, to Iago, to, well, actually there were many people, and I probably would not remember everybody, but really thank you very much, Caio and João and Rafael, and there were many. So thank you really very much, because without all this support, it wouldn't be possible. They were even able to do all this online, and so we are only appearing here actually thanks to them. So thank you very much. Thanks to the speakers, thanks to all the participants and those who actually gave wonderful short courses on Monday. And of course the scientific committee who has been working actually the whole time over here, hidden in secret. So, thank you. Do you two want to say something or no? No. Okay, so that's it. That's the end.
A gente já tirou. So, we would like to invite everybody here on stage for us to have a group picture, all the humans involved in this meeting.